Hello guys, welcome to Eclipse Wizardry. Today we have an incredible story for you. What if Fleur and Daphne both touched Harry at age 8 and ancient magic forced them to share him as their king? If you enjoy the video, please like and subscribe. Let's get into it. Chapter 1, The Convergence. The summer of 1988 smelled like hot pavement and someone else's breakfast. Harry Potter had learned, in his 8 years of life, that the best way to survive the Dursleys was to be invisible. Not literally, though he sometimes wished he could manage that, but functionally invisible. Small and quiet and unremarkable, the kind of presence that slides past adult attention like water past stone. He did the dishes before Uncle Vernon could notice they needed doing. He weeded the garden before Aunt Petunia could work herself into the particular shade of pinched fury that meant no supper. He stayed out of Dudley's path the way a sensible person stays out of the path of a lorry, not because lorries were clever, but because they were large and moved without looking. He was, in every practical sense, very good at disappearing. Which made it all the more remarkable that on a Tuesday morning in late July, Aunt Petunia loaded him into the back of Uncle Vernon's company car and drove him directly into the heart of the magical world. She hadn't meant to. That was the thing about Petunia Dursley. Her cruelties were almost never intentional. She had simply run out of options. Mrs. Figg had broken her hip. The Polkisses were on holiday. Marge was between dogs and unwilling to be interrupted. And Petunia, who had a hair appointment at 11 that she had been rescheduling for 6 weeks, had looked at Harry across the breakfast table with an expression of pure, exhausted resentment and said, "You'll come with us and you will not touch anything." The us turned out to be her and Dudley, not Vernon, who had a meeting. This was mildly fortunate. Vernon in crowds tended toward the volcanic. They had gone first to a shopping center in central London, where Dudley had thrown a comprehensive tantrum over a toy that Petunia had then purchased without apparent resistance, and Harry had stood quietly near a display of scarves and counted ceiling tiles. Then Petunia had steered them through a series of streets that grew progressively narrower and older and slightly less explicable, and Harry had felt something strange begin to happen in his chest, a pulling sensation, low and warm, like a coal catching in a fireplace. He had felt things before. Small things, mostly. The time he'd accidentally turned his teacher's hair blue. The time he'd somehow ended up on the school roof when Dudley's gang was chasing him. The occasional sense, going to sleep in his cupboard, that the darkness wasn't entirely empty, that something in it recognized him. He'd learned not to think about those things too carefully, mostly because thinking about them made Aunt Petunia's eye twitch in a way that boded poorly for dinner. But this was different. This was directional. This was calling. He followed it the way you follow a sound you're not quite sure you heard, half committed, ready to pretend he wasn't, past a pub called the Leaky Cauldron that seemed to slide out of his peripheral vision if he looked at it straight on, through a back courtyard where Petunia had stopped for no reason she could apparently articulate, and then through a brick wall that wasn't. Diagon Alley opened up like a held breath releasing. Harry stopped walking. Dudley walked into him from behind and swore in a way that would have gotten Harry grounded for a week, but Harry barely registered it. He was looking at the street, the impossible street, crammed with shops and people and creatures and colors that had no business existing, and feeling the pulling sensation in his chest shift from a coal to something considerably more like a bonfire. He knew, in the way you know things in dreams, that he had been here before. Not in his 8-year life. Before that. In something older than memory, something that lived in the blood. "Don't wander," Petunia said tightly, gripping Dudley's shoulder. She was looking straight ahead with the focused expression of someone refusing to acknowledge that anything around them was unusual. "Don't touch anything. Don't speak to anyone." Harry didn't answer. He was already drifting forward, drawn by the warm weight in his chest, past a shop selling telescopes that pointed at impossible angles and a cart stacked with something that hissed softly when Dudley stepped too close. He didn't know what he was looking for. He didn't need to. The thing pulling at him knew, and he had always been better at following instincts than instructions. He found them in front of Flourish and Blots. Or more accurately, he found the back of two girls standing outside Flourish and Blots, one reading a book she'd apparently taken directly from the display in the window without going inside, and one watching the street with the kind of sharp, comprehensive attention that most 8-year-olds didn't come equipped with. The one reading was blonde in a way that didn't quite look like normal blondness, her hair caught the light in a way that was slightly too perfect, slightly too silver bright, as though it had been made rather than grown. The one watching had dark hair pulled back neatly and cool gray-green eyes that were currently cataloging the street with the systematic efficiency of a small auditor. Harry stopped 3 feet away from them and couldn't go any further. The pulling in his chest had become a hum, and the hum was sitting directly in front of those two girls, and something in him that was much older and much larger than 8-year-old Harry Potter was saying, very clearly, "There." The dark-haired girl noticed him first. She turned from the street with those cataloging eyes and looked at him the way someone looks at an anomaly, not rudely, but with complete, unguarded interest. "You're staring," she said. Her voice was precise and not unfriendly. "Did you want something?" Harry opened his mouth. Nothing particularly intelligent came out. "I don't know," he said honestly. The blonde looked up from her book. Her eyes were the particular shade of blue that comes just before a sky turns to storm, and they fixed on Harry with an expression he'd never had directed at him before, recognition, complete and startled, as though she'd been waiting for him to appear and was surprised he'd shown up looking like this. "Tu l'as senti aussi," she said softly, to no one in particular. "You felt it too." "I don't speak," Harry started. "She said you felt it too," the dark-haired girl said. "The pull." She was watching him very carefully now. "You did, didn't you? That's why you walked over here." Harry considered lying and decided against it. "Yes." Something shifted in the dark-haired girl's face, not quite a smile, but the structural precursor to one, the thing that happens in the eyes just before the mouth catches up. "Interesting," she said. "I'm Daphne Greengrass. That's Fleur Delacour. We've been standing here for 20 minutes because neither of us could make ourselves walk away from this spot." "Harry Potter." He said it without thinking, just his name in response to hers, and watched both of their faces change. Fleur's lips parted slightly. Daphne went very still in the way that meant the opposite of stillness, every thought in her head accelerating at once, visible in the sudden focus of those gray-green eyes. "Of course," Daphne said, and it wasn't quite directed at him. "Of course it's him." "You know who I am," Harry said. It wasn't a question. "Everyone in the magical world knows who you are," Daphne said. "You defeated you-know-who when you were 1 year old. It's rather a famous story." She paused. "Also your hair is remarkable." "I don't mean that as a compliment, I mean it as an observation." Fleur made a sound that might have been a smothered laugh. She closed her book. He noticed she put it back in the display, which seemed like a small but telling detail about her, and took a step toward him. "The pull," she said. Her English was accented but precise. "You have felt it before today, yes?" "Not this strongly, but, before." "Yes," Harry said again. "We should not be standing in the street discussing this," Daphne said, with the decisive air of someone organizing a committee meeting. "Is your family nearby?" Harry looked back. Petunia and Dudley were nowhere in sight. He felt no particular alarm about this. "I think I lost them." "Perfect," Daphne said, in a tone that suggested she'd arranged it. "There's a tea shop 2 doors down. Come on." Harry followed them. It seemed like the only sensible thing to do. The tea shop was small and slightly lopsided, with chairs that were subtly too comfortable and a menu that changed depending on which way you tilted it. A witch behind the counter looked at the 3 of them, seemed to understand something, and brought tea and biscuits without being asked. Harry wrapped both hands around the warm cup and looked at the 2 girls across the table and waited. It was Fleur who began. She had a way of organizing her words before she spoke that made everything she said feel considered rather than impulsive, even when it clearly was. My grandmother told me about this, she said. The old magic. Not the kind they teach at schools. The kind that was here before schools. She set her cup down. She said there are people, rare people, who are born at a crossing point. Where bloodlines and power and something else, something she called le point de convergence, come together. And when those people are found by the right others, she stopped. It binds them, Daphne finished. I've read about it too. Old family texts, not the kind they sell in Flourish and Blots. My mother's private library. She glanced at Harry. It's called a Triad Covenant. Ancient magic enforces it. Not like a contract, more like a fact, Harry said quietly. Both of them looked at him. Sorry, he said. I don't know how I know that. But that's what it feels like. Not like something that's happening to me. Like something that's just true. That was already true. That I'm only just now finding out about. A silence settled over the table, the kind that has weight to it. Then Fleur smiled, properly, not the polite half-smile she'd been wearing, and it was the most honest thing he'd seen on an adult face since he couldn't remember when. Except she wasn't an adult, she was 8 years old same as him, and somehow that made it even more genuine. Yes, she said. Exactly like that. The texts say the convergence person is called the king, Daphne said. She was watching him with those systematic eyes and clearly waiting to see how he'd react to the word. Not because they rule the others. Because they're the axis. The fixed point. The two who bind to them are their court. Harry tried. They're equals, Daphne said firmly. In every way that matters. The title is a function, not a hierarchy. She paused. I want to be clear about that because I am no one's subordinate. Noted, Harry said. Good. Fleur was watching this exchange with open amusement. She means it, she said. I also mean it. We are your equals, Harry Potter, and you are ours, and the old magic has decided this, but what we do with it is entirely our own business. Harry thought about the cupboard under the stairs. He thought about the coal worm pulling in his chest, which had settled now into something steady and constant, like a heartbeat he'd never had before that he was already getting used to. He thought about the 8 years he'd spent being invisible. That sounds good to me, he said. I've never had anyone before. I'm not picky about the specifics. Something passed across Fleur's face that he wouldn't understand until much later, a flash of genuine hurt on his behalf, the kind that comes when someone who hasn't been treated well says something that reveals it casually, without drama, the way you'd mention the weather. Daphne's jaw did something complicated. Right, she said. Well. You do now. The magic happened when they were leaving. Harry stood up from his chair and the heel of his shoe caught the table leg, a trivial accident, 8-year-old clumsiness, nothing, and he pitched sideways. Both Fleur and Daphne reached for him at exactly the same moment, one catching each arm, and the three of them stood there for half a second in a triangle of contact, Harry's arms in their hands against his skin, and then the world went entirely white. Not frighteningly white. Not painfully white. The white of something being recognized. The white of a lock and a key finding each other in the dark. Harry felt it move through him like a current, from Daphne's hand up his right arm, from Fleur's hand up his left, through his chest where the pull had been, connecting. A sound that was below sound and above it at once, the kind of vibration felt in the back molars. And then something in the air between the three of them settled, decided, and was done. They stood in the doorway of the tea shop for a moment, none of them quite sure they had their feet properly under them. The witch behind the counter looked up from her crossword. Ah, she said, with the satisfaction of someone who has been expecting this for a while. There it is then. What was that? Harry asked. You know what it was, Daphne said. Her voice was slightly unsteady but her expression was composed by sheer force of will. You felt it happen. Yes. He flexed his hand. His palm was warm in a way that had nothing to do with the tea. I just thought asking made it more real. It is real, Fleur said. She was looking at her own hand with an expression of fierce, private wonder. It was always going to be. She looked up at him. What happens now? Now, Harry said, and he surprised himself because he actually knew the answer. The knowing dropped into him from somewhere comfortable and certain, the same place the earlier knowledge had come from. We go find our families and tell them what happened, and then we write to each other, and then we prepare. Prepare for what? Daphne asked. Harry thought about a green flash. He thought about a scar on his forehead and a man with red eyes who wasn't quite dead. He thought about the warmth in his chest that was now, undeniably, permanently, shared. For everything, he said. Petunia found him 20 minutes later, vibrating with the specific frequency of a woman who has been frightened and is converting that into anger as efficiently as possible. She grabbed his arm so hard he'd have a bruise by morning and dragged him back toward the pub entrance without a word, Dudley trotting satisfied and ice cream sticky at her other side. Harry let himself be dragged. He was thinking. He was thinking about how, for the first time in 8 years of his life, he could feel 2 other heartbeats in his chest alongside his own. Faint, like candles at a distance. But there. Steady. Real. Fleur's was quick and bright and ran slightly hot, the way a fire runs when the wood is good. Daphne's was slower, precise, with a quality he would spend 3 years finding the right word for before he landed on deliberate, the heartbeat of someone who decides to do everything they do. He thought about the old magic. He thought about being a convergence point, a king without a throne, the axis of something that had apparently been arranged before he was born. He thought about how he should probably feel overwhelmed or frightened or at least confused. He didn't. He felt, for the first time in his life, like something had been returned to him. In the car, Petunia sat in the front passenger seat and stared through the windscreen with her jaw set and didn't speak. Dudley fell asleep with his ice cream wrapper. Harry sat in the back with his hands folded in his lap and the warmth in his chest and thought about 2 girls, one reading a borrowed book, one cataloging a street, who had waited for 20 minutes in one spot without knowing why. Aunt Petunia, he said. Don't. I need to buy a quill and some parchment. A very long silence. Then, there's a Smith's in Guildford. Thank you. She didn't respond. But she drove to the Smith's in Guildford, and Harry bought a composition book and a ballpoint pen because Muggle writing implements were what he had access to, and when they got home he went to his cupboard and wrote 2 letters in the careful printing of a child who had taught himself to write because his teachers gave him the minimum and not a scrap more. Dear Fleur, the first one said. I felt you when I got home. Not loudly. Like a candle. I think that's how it's going to work. I wanted you to know in case you felt it and were worried. I'm not worried. I think this is right. I don't know much about magic yet, but I know what right feels like. I'm going to learn everything I can. I think you should too. When we're 11 and at school we'll be the most prepared people there. Write back when you can. Harry. Dear Daphne, the second one said. I expect you already know that I've felt both of you since we got home. I expect you've already thought of 12 things we should do next and made a list. I'd like to see the list. Also, I looked up Greengrass in the Muggle library at school once because I look up everything I can find about the magical world, and it said your family is one of the sacred 28, which means you have access to old family texts. I want to read them. All of them, if you'll share. We have 3 years before Hogwarts and I intend to use every day of them. Harry. He folded them carefully, addressed them to Fleur Delacour, care of the Delacour family, and to Daphne Greengrass, care of Greengrass Manor, which were both extremely optimistic addresses, but he had a feeling the letters would arrive anyway. He didn't own an owl. He didn't need one. He held both letters in his hand and closed his eyes and directed the request through the warmth in his chest, not to Fleur or Daphne specifically, but to the old magic that was now threaded through all three of them, and felt something acknowledge it, and when he opened his eyes his hands were empty. He lay back on the thin mattress in his cupboard and stared up at the bottom of the stairs above him. From two directions, one quick and warm, one steady and precise, he felt recognition. They'd received them. He smiled in the dark for the first time in a very long time. Fleur's letter arrived 3 days later, written on cream-colored paper in a hand that was already elegant at 8. She wrote in English with occasional French when she wanted to be precise, and she had clearly decided that directness was the policy going forward. Harry, I felt you in Beauxbatons, which is where I am because my father is meeting with the headmistress about my enrollment. It was like someone lit a lamp in a room I thought was empty. My grandmother, Apollon, sat me down the night we returned from London and told me everything she knew about Triad Covenants. She is not alarmed. She says the Delacour line has been waiting for something like this for 3 generations. She says you are the king we were owed. I told her that you said you weren't picky about specifics and she laughed and said that was exactly right. She wants to meet you. She also says that Vila heritage activates differently in a covenant, that I will be stronger and more controlled than in bonded Vila because the bond acts as I don't have the English word, a ballast. She says my allure will not work on you or Daphne because we are bonded, which I admit is a relief. I am not always comfortable with the allure. I will tell you more. Write back. Fleur. P.S. Your address is a cupboard. Why is your address a cupboard? Harry stared at the postscript for a moment. Then he wrote back, it's where I sleep. Don't worry about it. And then, because he found he couldn't actually leave it at that with her, my aunt and uncle don't particularly like magic or magical people. I stay small to avoid complications. This is going to change when I have enough knowledge to make it change. Until then, don't worry. Daphne's response came the same day as Fleur's, on heavy cream parchment with a small green wax seal that she'd apparently made herself because she was, as he'd suspected, exactly that organized. Harry, yes, I made a list. I've attached it. The short version is, we need to establish communication protocols, agree on a shared curriculum for the next 3 years, identify the most useful texts across the 3 family libraries, yours will be at Greengrass, you have a vault, and therefore likely a Potter family library in the vault's secondary holdings, and decide how we're going to handle our first year at Hogwarts given that you'll be in Gryffindor. Almost certainly, I'll be in Slytherin, certainly, and Fleur will be at Beauxbatons, definitely, her family won't consider anything else until the Triwizard Tournament opens things up. I've been thinking about this. Long-distance covenant is unusual but not impossible. The old magic doesn't require physical proximity to function. I've read 14 relevant texts in the last 3 days. My mother thinks I'm studying for my entrance assessments. This is partially true. Daphne. P.S. You sleep in a cupboard and you told Fleur not to worry about it. I'm noting this for the record. Harry looked at the P.S. and felt something warm and exasperated settle in his chest that wasn't his own emotion, Daphne's, filtering through the bond, precise even in feeling. He wrote back, note it all you like. I'm fine. Focus on the list. She wrote back 40 minutes later, I always focus on the list. The list is how things get done. But I'm noting it. And that was the beginning. The 3 years between Diagon Alley and Hogwarts were, from the outside, entirely unremarkable. Harry Potter continued to live in the cupboard under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive, continued to do the cooking and the gardening and the invisible survival work of a child in an unwelcoming house, continued to attend the local primary school where he was considered mildly peculiar and vaguely interesting and occasionally strange. From the inside, they were the most productive 3 years of his life. 3 weeks after the Diagon Alley meeting, a Gringotts representative, a goblin named Griphook, who had clearly decided that 8-year-old magical heirs were his least favorite professional development, Appeared at the primary school during lunch and delivered to Harry a small locked box and a letter explaining that the Potter family vault had been notified of his independent status as an heir and that certain materials had been released for his use, as was customary when a Potter heir initiated formal magical study. The letter was written in extremely formal Goblin Bank language that took Harry 3 readings to parse, but the box contained a key, a small sum of Muggle money for incidental expenses, and, most importantly, a list of Potter family holdings including a private library of 312 volumes. Harry sat on the playground bench and looked at the list for a long time. 312 volumes. His family had been studying magic for centuries. Generations of Potter wizards and witches had built a library, and it was sitting in a vault under London waiting for him. He wrote to Daphne that evening, "I have a library. I can't get to it easily because I'm 8 and dependent on Muggles, but I have a key and I know it exists. How do we solve the access problem?" Daphne's response, characteristically, already had a solution. "My father is making a business trip to London in September. I've convinced him to bring me. We'll access the vault together and I'll catalog the Potter library for you so you know exactly what you have. In the meantime, I'm sending you 3 texts from our family library that I've transcribed by hand because they're too old to copy any other way. Start with the 3rd one. It's the one about covenant theory and it will explain what you are better than anything else I've found." The 3rd text was a hand-transcribed copy of something called Antiqui Magicae Foederis, a covenant theory text from approximately the 12th century. Harry read it in 3 sittings, lying on his stomach on the floor of the cupboard with Daphne's careful handwriting spread in front of him. It was dense and occasionally strange and written with the assumption that the reader already knew things Harry didn't, but the core of it was clear enough. Covenant kings, the text explained, were not born often. They were born at the intersection of multiple powerful magical bloodlines, at moments when ancient magic determined that a particular configuration of power was needed. The 2 who bonded to them were not chosen randomly, they were specifically selected from compatible magical lineages by the ancient magic itself. The Covenant created a shared magical core among the 3, layered over their individual cores but distinct from them, a tripartite structure that each member could access individually, but that reached its full expression only when all 3 acted in concert. The king's individual magic was described in terms that Harry had to read several times because they seemed excessive. The text called it a convergence core, a magical center that absorbed and integrated other forms of power rather than being defined by a single expression. Most witches and wizards had one dominant affinity. A convergence core had all of them simultaneously, in a state of perpetual synthesis. "So I can do anything," Harry wrote to Daphne and Fleur in the joint letter he'd started sending them both on the same parchment, a system Daphne had organized because she found separate correspondence inefficient. Theoretically, Daphne wrote back, in the margin in her precise hand. "With sufficient practice and understanding, yes." The text suggests that convergence kings are the reason certain legends exist, wizards and witches described as impossibly versatile, capable of magic that seemed to ignore categorization entirely. Mon Grandmere says, Fleur added in her own margin notation, that the last confirmed convergence king lived in the 13th century and rebuilt a city that had been destroyed by dark magic. He did it alone. In a week. She says the records were considered exaggeration for 500 years until someone excavated the city and found the foundation stones were laid with magic of 6 different classifications simultaneously. That is not how stone-laying magic works. That is only how convergence magic works. Harry looked at this for a long time. Then he wrote, "Right then. We'd better get started." They started. The system was Daphne's design, because it was going to involve a significant amount of coordination, and Daphne's approach to coordination was architectural. She drafted a curriculum that drew on the Potter Library, the Greengrass private collection, and materials from the Delacour family archives that Fleur photographed with a charmed Muggle camera and sent as tiny prints. The curriculum was organized by what they called the 3 pillars, foundation, which covered core magical theory and history the way it was actually written rather than the sanitized version in Hogwarts standard texts, practice, which was actual spellwork sorted by complexity and type, and Covenant, which was specific to the three of them, understanding the bond, exercising it, learning its boundaries and its possibilities. Fleur's grandmother, Apollon, became their first real teacher. She visited London twice in those 3 years, and each time she sat with Harry in a coffee shop near Charing Cross while Fleur translated between Apollon's rapid French and Harry's equally rapid questions, and she taught him things about ancient magic that Hogwarts had stopped teaching 300 years ago. She was small and dark-eyed and had the quality of age that comes from genuine wisdom rather than just the accumulation of time, the quality of someone who has thought carefully about everything they've seen. She looked at Harry the way you look at something you've waited a long time for, but without sentimentality, without projection. Just clean recognition. "You will be told," she said once, through Fleur's translation, "that your power is dangerous. That it must be managed. That someone older and wiser must direct how you use it." She picked up her coffee and looked at him over the rim. "This will be said by people who are afraid of what cannot be managed. Do not be small for their comfort." Harry was 9. He looked back at her with the serious eyes of a child who has been deciding things for himself since before he was old enough to have the words for it, and said, "I've never been comfortable with small." Apollon smiled and said something in French that Fleur didn't translate immediately. When Harry looked at her, she was looking at her grandmother with an expression caught somewhere between fondness and pride. "She says you'll do," Fleur said finally. Daphne came to London that September as promised, with her father, a quiet, observant man named Cygnus Greengrass, who seemed to have arrived at a rapid and unsurprised understanding of the situation within about 4 minutes of meeting Harry, and they went to Gringotts together. Harry used his key grip hook, who had clearly been expecting this, because goblins apparently kept track of things like convergence covenants with the same professional attention they gave to everything else, took them to the Potter vault without commentary, aside from a single evaluating look at Harry that seemed to file him under a different category than it had started with. The vault was larger than Harry had imagined. The library was in a side chamber, floor-to-ceiling shelves, organized by someone decades ago and dusty now, but intact. Daphne walked through it with her catalog list and her pen and catalogued every volume in 2 hours while Harry's father sat in an armchair he'd conjured and read, apparently deciding that the thing to do was give them space. Harry stood in the middle of the library and pressed his hand to the nearest shelf and felt the whole collection, felt it the way you feel a room when you first walk in, the ambient presence of it, and it felt like family. Like people he'd never met who had been waiting for him to come home. He took 8 books that day. Daphne took nothing but her catalogue. On the way out she handed him a handwritten list, 47 texts she considered highest priority, and said, "The 4th one on that list is particularly important. It's a direct account of a Triad Covenant from the 15th century, written by the king himself. I've already read our family's copy. It will answer the questions you're going to have when you finish the Antiqui text." "What questions?" Harry asked. "The questions about what happens when all 3 of you act together," Daphne said. She met his eyes. "I read the account twice." "What they described," she paused, which was unusual for her. "It's considerable." Harry pulled the book from his bag that night and read it in 4 hours. When he finished he lay on his mattress. He'd moved from the cupboard to Dudley's second bedroom by then, because he'd looked at Vernon one morning and said, very calmly, "I think I'll be sleeping in the bedroom from now on," and the way he'd said it had apparently convinced Vernon that agreement was the path of least resistance, and stared at the ceiling. The account was written by a man named Aldrich, who had been a convergence king in 1453. He wrote with the matter-of-fact clarity of someone recording professional observations rather than personal experience, which made it more rather than less remarkable. He described the first time all 3 members of his triad had combined their power deliberately, in response to a dark magic incursion on their territory. "It was not," Aldrich wrote, "as I had imagined it. I had imagined something like the sum of 3. It was not like that. It was as though the 3 of us ceased, briefly, to be separate functions and became a single expression, not merged, not dissolved, but unified in the way a chord is unified. No note is lost. But the chord is something none of the notes are alone. The magic that came from us in that moment was not any kind of magic I had been taught. It did not match any classification. It simply worked. Directly. Without mediation. As though we had reached past the framework of spells and theory to the thing underneath. Harry set the book on his chest and looked at the ceiling for a long time. He thought about Fleur's quick warm heartbeat and Daphne's slow deliberate one, both sitting in his chest alongside his own. He thought about the white room that had happened in the tea shop doorway, the sound below sound. He thought about the old magic making a decision and calling it a fact rather than a choice. He picked up his pen and wrote to both of them, "I finished the Aldrich account. We need to start practicing the combined work as soon as we can. Not the full expression, not yet. But the groundwork." "How?" Fleur wrote back by morning, "I've been working on this. My grandmother has been helping me understand how Vila magic functions within a covenant, which is different from how it functions independently. I think I can create a resonance exercise, something like tuning an instrument. I'll write it out. We can practice it at distance. The bond is strong enough now, I think." Daphne wrote back 6 hours later with a fully developed 3-step protocol for distance resonance training, a list of the texts she'd used to develop it, and a postscript that said, "Also I've started our first-year reading list for Hogwarts. You're going to want to be ahead. I am going to be ahead. We should be equally ahead." Harry smiled at the postscript. He wrote back, "Send the list." She sent it. It was 43 books long, annotated in 3 different colors of ink for priority, complexity, and cross-reference. Harry looked at it and felt that strange thing again, the thing that wasn't just warm but was also seen, the quality of being known by someone who is paying careful attention, and realized that he was, for the first time in his life, not waiting for things to get better. He was building them. With 2 people who chose to build with him even though they'd been given no choice about the building at all, and who seemed to have decided that the absence of choice didn't affect the quality of what they were choosing. He opened the first book on the list and started reading. Outside his window, Privet Drive was its usual careful, cheerful, mortally unaware self. The Dursleys were watching the telly. Dudley was eating crisps. The sky was going the particular shade of late summer orange that doesn't have a name but everyone recognizes. Harry read by wand light. He didn't own a wand yet, but he didn't need one, the light coming easily from his palm the way it had been coming since he was 4, and felt 2 candle flames in his chest burning steady and sure, and understood, with the absolute clarity of a child who has been paying attention his whole life, that everything was about to change. He was ready for it. He had been ready for a long time. Chapter 2, The Cauldron Before the Fire. The letter from Hogwarts arrived on a Tuesday, and Harry had already read it before the owl finished landing. Not because he was impatient or anxious, he'd known it was coming for 3 years, had planned for it the way Daphne planned for everything, which was to say thoroughly and from multiple angles, but because the moment the tawny owl dropped through his window at Dudley's second bedroom, Harry felt a shift in the bond. A quickening. Fleur's heartbeat spiked warm and fast in his chest, and Daphne's, steady as always, added a particular note he'd come to recognize as satisfaction. The kind she felt when something she'd predicted arrived exactly on schedule. He picked up the letter. Mr. H. Potter, the second bedroom, 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. He looked at the address for a moment and felt a distant amusement. Even the Hogwarts owl had done its research. He already knew what it said. He read it anyway, because some things deserved the ceremony. Downstairs, Vernon was at work. Petunia was gardening. Dudley was at a friend's house, presumably being monstrous with other people's biscuits. Harry folded the letter neatly, put it in the drawer of his desk, the desk he'd acquired 2 years ago by the simple mechanism of asking for it in the tone of someone who expected to receive it, and wrote 2 quick lines to Daphne and Fleur. Mine arrived. Yours? Daphne, 20 minutes ago. I've started the Diagon Alley supply list. Cross-reference with the curriculum, We need to identify redundant texts before we spend money on Hogwarts editions we already own in better versions. Fleur, we. Also, I am coming to London next week. Grandmere wants to meet you again before you go to Hogwarts. She says the last meeting was preliminary. I told her all meetings with you are preliminary. She said that was exactly the point. Harry smiled and wrote back to both, "See you then." He went downstairs and told Petunia he needed to go to Diagon Alley to buy his school supplies. Petunia, who had developed over 3 years an approach to Harry that could best be described as carefully pretending none of this was happening, set down her trowel and said, "I'll drive you to the station." "Thank you," Harry said. "I'll also need some money." Muggle money, to exchange at Gringotts. A longer pause. "How much?" £50 should do it. I have some in my vault already. I'll pay you back. Petunia looked at him the way she'd been looking at him for about 2 years, with the expression of a woman who had expected a manageable situation and gotten something considerably larger, and went inside to get her purse. Harry waited in the garden. The summer was green and warm and smelled like lawn clippings. He thought, not for the first time, that Privet Drive was a genuinely pleasant place if you could ignore what it had tried to make of you. He'd gotten fairly good at ignoring that. Apollon Delacour was smaller than Harry remembered and sharper than he'd given her credit for, which was saying something because he'd given her considerable credit. She met him in the same coffee shop near Charing Cross, Fleur at her side, taller now, with that silver bright hair pulled into a loose braid and the storm blue eyes that seemed to take in more than they admitted, and looked at Harry for a long moment before sitting down. "You're different," she said, through Fleur's translation, though Harry's French had improved enough in 3 years that he caught the words directly. 2 different. 3 years of preparation, Harry said, in English. "I'd hope so." Apollon smiled. "It's not the preparation. Children who study look like children who have studied. You look like," she considered, "someone who has decided something." "Several things," Harry said. "Tell me one." Harry thought about it honestly, not about what would sound impressive, but about what was actually true. "I've decided that the magical world has a problem with people who are powerful and refuse to be managed," he said. "Dumbledore manages. The Ministry manages. Voldemort, before he was temporarily dead, managed in a different direction. Everyone with power above a certain level gets pointed at something by someone who's decided where that power should go." He picked up his coffee. "I've decided I'm not interested in being pointed." Apollon listened to Fleur's translation. Harry had caught the gist right, but some of the nuance was his French's, and then looked at him with those dark eyes that were 2 generations deeper than her age. "And what will you do instead?" she asked, directly in English, which she'd apparently been holding in reserve. "Build something of my own," Harry said. Apollon sat back in her chair and looked at Fleur. Something passed between them, quick and private. Then she looked back at Harry. "There is a tradition in my family," she said. "The oldest Delacour women keep records of Covenant kings. Not official records, the Ministry does not know they exist. Personal observations. Histories." She opened the bag she'd brought and produced a slim, ancient-looking volume, its cover worn smooth. "This is the original account of the last Covenant king my family knew of. Not Aldric, older. Before Aldric." She set it on the table. "I believe you have read everything after him. You should read what came before." Harry looked at the book. He felt Fleur's heartbeat in his chest, nervous, he realized, the particular quicksilver nervousness of showing someone something important and waiting to see how they'd treat it. He picked up the book carefully. "Thank you." "It is a loan," Apollon said precisely. "You will return it when you've finished. It has been in our family for 400 years and I intend it to stay in our family." A slight pause. "Which you are now part of, whether anyone has said so formally or not." Harry looked at her. She was watching him with the steady gaze of someone making a statement they've committed to. Not sentimental about it. Just factual. Understood, he said. Fleur was looking at the middle distance with an expression she wore when she was feeling something she hadn't yet decided to show. Harry nudged her ankle under the table, a casual contact, the kind that was easy after 3 years of letters and resonance exercises and the particular intimacy of sharing someone's heartbeat. She looked at him and the expression resolved into something simpler and warmer. I know, she didn't say. But he felt it anyway. Daphne arrived at Diagon Alley the next morning with a list, a tote bag, and the expression of a general surveying a campaign map. She was dressed in Muggle clothes, her concession to the summer, practical slacks and a light jacket, the Greengrass crest conspicuously absent, and she greeted Harry outside the leaky cauldron with a single look that catalogued him from shoes to haircut with the efficiency of a customs inspector. You've grown, she said. Most people do, Harry said. 3 years running. I mean your magic, she said, without inflection. I can feel it from here. It's different than it was. Fuller. Harry hadn't thought about it in quite those terms, but she was right. He could feel it too, the convergence core that Aldrich's account had described, warm and layered, settled into itself the way a river settles into its proper course. 3 years of deliberate practice, the resonance exercises Fleur had designed, the theoretical groundwork from the libraries, the occasional carefully chosen spell work done quietly in his bedroom when the Dursleys were asleep. It hadn't built linearly. It had built the way bone does, silently, in the dark, and then you moved one day and something was load-bearing that hadn't been before. Come on, Harry said. We've got a list. 2 lists, Daphne said. I have my list and the Hogwarts list, and where they overlap I've marked the better source. Of course you have. I made you a copy. She produced it from the tote bag. The asterisked items are the Hogwarts list requirements we can satisfy with superior editions from the family libraries. You'll save approximately 40 galleons. Daphne. Yes. I missed you. She didn't answer immediately. A slight pause, then, yes, well. She tucked the copy of the list into his hand and turned toward Gringotts. Come on. Vault first, then books. The thing about Daphne was that she showed warmth the way she did everything else, precisely, deliberately, and on her own terms. He'd learned to read it in the small calibrations, the copy of the list made specifically for him, the asterisks, the 40 galleons saved. She had sat down with a catalogue and 2 lists and done the work of comparing them, by hand, for him, because that was how Daphne Greengrass said I care about you. Harry had long since decided it was one of his favorite languages. They moved through Diagon Alley with the comfortable efficiency of people who have known each other for 3 years and operated as a functional unit for most of it. Madame Malkin's first, Harry's robes, Daphne's new set, both of them submitted to pinning with the easy tolerance of people who've learned that fighting the process is slower than accepting it. Then Gringotts, where Griphook, Harry's regular liaison by now, a professional relationship that had evolved from the goblin's initial skepticism into something closer to, if not warmth, at least the deep pragmatic respect of one serious party for another, processed Harry's withdrawal with crisp efficiency and the small bonus of a notation on the account, active heir, independent status. All holdings accessible. Your secondary vault has been added to your key access, Griphook said, sliding a second key across the desk. The library material you requested for cross-referencing has been indexed and a register prepared. Thank you, Harry said. Griphook gave him the look, the one that seemed to mean you will be important and we are keeping track, and moved on. Books next. Flourish and blots, where Harry and Daphne moved through the stacks with the comfortable seriousness of people for whom bookshops are working environments rather than leisure, cross-checking against both lists and setting aside anything on the Hogwarts requirement that they didn't already own in a better version. A third-year student working a Saturday shift watched them with obvious bafflement. You two starting first year? He asked, when Harry pulled down a copy of Advanced Magical Theory that was not on any first-year list. Yes, Harry said. That's not a first-year book. I know. The student looked at the stack in Harry's arms, which included, alongside the standard first-year requirements, the advanced theory text, a volume on elemental magic, and Daphne's recommended text on ward theory, and seemed to decide that asking more questions wasn't worth his Saturday. Wands were last. Ollivanders. Harry had been here before in a technical sense, before, in whatever previous life the ancient magic operated from, but not in this one, and he stood in the doorway of the narrow, crowded shop and felt the rows and rows of boxes hum with a collective recognition that made the warmth in his chest flare. Ollivander himself appeared from between the shelves like a thought made visible, thin and white-haired and carrying the quality of extreme age the way Apollon did, except where she'd sharpened it, he'd smoothed it into something eerily still. Those pale, lamp-like eyes found Harry immediately. "Harry Potter," he said. Not surprised. The opposite of surprised. "I've been expecting you for some time." 11 years, approximately, Harry said. Something flickered in Ollivander's expression. Adjustment. Recalibration. He was used to children who came into his shop nervous and left with stories to tell. He was not used to children who came in and treated the process like a professional appointment they'd already researched. "You know about wands," he said. "I know about cores and woods and resonance theory," Harry said. "I know that most wands choose their wizard based on compatibility of magical character. I know that a convergence core complicates the standard matching process because it doesn't present a single dominant character." He held Ollivander's gaze. "I thought you should know what you're working with." The silence in the shop was considerable. Then Ollivander said, very quietly, "No one has walked in here knowing what they are in quite that way before." "I had 3 years to prepare," Harry said. "So I see." The wand maker moved to the shelves with the gliding efficiency of long practice, pulling boxes, returning them, pulling others, the process faster than Harry had expected, as though Ollivander was less choosing candidates and more eliminating obviously wrong ones, working towards something specific. "Convergence cores," he said, as he moved, "present a matching challenge that the standard theory doesn't fully address. The usual approach is to find the dominant affinity and match to that. But for a convergence core, there is no dominant affinity." He stopped at a particular shelf and stood very still. "The wand that chooses you will need to be flexible. In the oldest sense of that word. Not merely responsive to a single type of magic, but capable of conducting all of them without losing character." He pulled a box. "There are perhaps a dozen wands in this shop that could attempt it." He tried 6 before he found it. The 6th was holly, 11 inches, holly and phoenix feather, supple, and when Harry picked it up, the warmth from his chest extended down his arm and through his hand and met the wand at its core, and the resulting rush of warmth and light wasn't the explosive wand fire of someone finding a match by luck. It was quieter. More complete. Like a key turning in a lock that had been built for it. Ollivander watched this happen with an expression Harry filed as intensely interested. "The phoenix who gave this feather," the old wand maker said carefully, "gave only 2 feathers. The wand that contains the other feather," he paused. "I know what it did," Harry said. "Yes." Ollivander looked at him for a long moment. "Brothers in a sense. Curious that they should come to a convergence." "Not curious," Harry said. "Probably inevitable." He paid 7 galleons, said goodbye to Ollivander, who watched him leave with that intense interested expression still running, and rejoined Daphne outside. She looked at the wand box in his hand and said, "Holly and phoenix feather? You did the reading on wand lore." "I did all the reading. Holly is associated with protection and loyalty. Phoenix feather cores are associated with great power and considerable independence." She considered. "Accurate. What did you get?" Daphne produced her own box, already purchased. She'd apparently gone to Ollivander's the day before, which was exactly the kind of forward planning she would implement. "Birch, 9 inches, dragon heartstring. Birch is associated with clarity of thought and precision in spellwork. She said it without inflating it, just fact. Dragon heartstring cores produce powerful, direct magic. Slightly inflexible but reliable under pressure. Also accurate, Harry said. The corner of Daphne's mouth moved. Not a smile exactly, but the bones of one. Fleur's grandmother sent me a note. Fleur will be using a Delacour family wand, Rowan and Vila hair, passed down from her great-aunt, apparently. Traditional for Delacour witches. She told me, Harry said. She said it felt like putting on a coat that had been made for someone else but fit anyway. That's a very Fleur description of something. She said you'd say that. Of course she did. Daphne adjusted her tote bag. Come on. I want to look at the apothecary before we leave. There are 3 ingredients on the advanced potions list that are better bought fresh and stored than bought at school, and the Hogwarts suppliers are inconsistent with Daphne. Yes. You've been planning this since last March. February, she said, without missing a beat. March was when I started revising. The initial plan was drafted in February. Harry looked at her, this precise, composed, absolutely infuriating person who had spent the last 3 years being his most relentlessly thorough collaborator, who catalogued his family library for 2 hours and then handed him a color-coded reading list, who had apparently drafted their first-year supply approach in February, and felt the deep, specific affection that comes from knowing someone exactly as they are and finding that you wouldn't change a single thing. Lead on, he said. She led. He followed, and the summer afternoon stretched around them, gold and warm, Diagon Alley going about its magical business while 2 11-year-olds walked through it like they owned it, which, in every way that mattered, was exactly how they felt. The Hogwarts Express left from platform 9 3/4 on the 1st of September, and Harry was on it by 10:45 because he had a rule about not being rushed by station crowds. He found a compartment, stowed his trunk, and spent 15 minutes watching the platform fill up through the window with the analytical interest of someone cataloging a new environment. He felt Daphne before he saw her, that steady deliberate heartbeat, slightly elevated, which meant she was operating in public and performing composure rather than feeling it. She appeared in the compartment doorway with her trunk and an expression of composed neutrality that Harry had learned to read as I am surrounded by people I don't know yet and I find this faintly tedious. Good spot, she said, looking at his window choice. I can see the whole platform from here. Back of the train, less noise, near the food trolley route. He paused. Also away from the family clusters near the front. Less social obligation. You've been on this train before, she said. No. I just spent an appropriate amount of time thinking about it. He gestured at the seat across from him. Sit down, Daphne. She sat. A short silence fell, comfortable, the kind that only exists between people who don't need to fill quiet with noise, and they watched the platform together. The Weasleys arrived in a controlled explosion of red hair and shouted names. Several children who Harry recognized from the books Daphne had compiled on prominent wizarding families moved through the crowds with their parents. A girl with a large front teeth and an armful of books walked past the compartment with a purpose that Harry respected. A boy with blonde hair and an already impressive air of entitlement made his way down the corridor with 2 large companions who appeared to be auditioning for the role of hired muscle. Malfoy, Daphne said quietly. Draco. I know him. Pure Blood Society events. He's smart enough to be dangerous if pointed in the right direction, Harry said. Currently pointed in the wrong one. Daphne looked at him. You've been paying attention to people you haven't met. I've been paying attention to the political landscape, Harry said. People are part of the landscape. Lucius Malfoy is on the Hogwarts Board of Governors, Daphne said. His family had Death Eater connections that were never prosecuted. He said he was under the Imperius curse. She paused. He wasn't. No. How much do you know about the political situation? Harry looked at the platform. Enough to know that Voldemort's first war was lost in body but not in principle. That a significant portion of the pure-blood establishment agreed with his blood ideology even if they found his methods excessive. That the ministry has been actively avoiding the question of what happens when he comes back, partly because they're hoping he won't and partly because several senior figures would have complicated questions to answer if old allegiances were re-examined. He picked up the copy of Hogwarts, a history from his bag, not because he needed to read it, he'd already read it twice, but because it felt useful to hold something. And enough to know that the man who defeated him the first time, or rather, through whose body the defeat happened, is now 11 years old and sitting on a Hogwarts train, and some people have very specific plans for how he should be used. Dumbledore, Daphne said. He's not malicious, Harry said. That's what makes him complicated. He genuinely believes he's protecting me. He arranged my placement with my aunt and uncle because of blood wards, ancient protection magic built on a blood connection. It was a tactically sound decision in 1981. He just never stopped making decisions for me after that. Daphne was quiet for a moment. He'll try to manage you at Hogwarts. He'll try, Harry agreed. What will you do? Harry considered this honestly. Be polite. Be genuinely respectful, because he's earned that. And make it gently, clearly, and repeatedly obvious that managing me is not on the table. He looked at Daphne. I'm not interested in fighting him. I'm interested in operating in the same space without pretending he has authority over my choices. He's the headmaster. He's my headmaster, Harry said. He's not my guardian, my general, or my keeper. The train lurched into motion. The platform began to slide away, parents waving, children pressing faces to windows, and Harry felt the bond give a small warm pull as the distance from London increased, the way it sometimes did when he was moving away from a direction associated with Fleur. She was in France, had been all summer, and wouldn't arrive in England until the Triwizard Tournament, years away yet. But the bond didn't care about geography in the way geography usually worked. She was always there, the quick warm flame, regardless of miles. He sent a thought through it, nothing specific, just attention. A hello, I'm on the train. He felt her response almost instantly, something bright and warm and accompanied by what he could only describe as the magical equivalent of obviously, I know, go learn something. He smiled. What? Daphne asked. Fleur says hello. Daphne paused, turned slightly inward the way you did when you were checking something. Then her expression moved through something soft before composure reasserted. She said more than hello, she said. She said, obviously, I know, go learn something. That's exactly what she said. A pause. The bond gets clearer when we're both paying attention to it at the same time. I've noticed that, Harry said. I think it's like a muscle. The more we use it deliberately, the stronger the signal gets. The compartment door slid open. The red-haired boy Harry had noted on the platform stuck his head in, freckled, open-faced, with the earnest quality of someone who has grown up in a large family and learned that friendliness is the most efficient social currency. Any room in here? Everywhere else is full. Harry looked at the empty seats. Yes. Brilliant. The boy, Ron Weasley, Harry knew without introduction, because he'd done the reading, hauled himself and his trunk in and dropped into the seat beside Harry with the comfortable thump of someone for whom physical gracefulness has never been a priority. He looked at Harry. Looked at Daphne. Looked back at Harry, and at the scar. You're Harry Potter, he said. Yes. Wicked. He processed this for approximately 3 seconds and then moved on with the adaptive speed of someone raised in chaos. I'm Ron Weasley. This is, my family, on the platform back there, all of them were at Hogwarts. Charlie, Bill, Percy, Fred and George, they're all there or been there. I'm the last one, practically. Daphne Greengrass, Daphne said, with the cool polite tone she used as default with people she hadn't categorized yet. Not unfriendly. Reserved. Like a door that was closed but not locked. Ron nodded, apparently at ease with this. He was the kind of person for whom social ease was a default state, Harry noted, comfortable in his own skin in the unthinking way of people who have been loved consistently. It made him immediately likable, and Harry was willing to like him. Willingness was something he'd learned to make a choice about rather than an accident. "You're in Gryffindor?" Ron asked Harry. "Almost certainly," Harry said. "Same. Dad says all Weasleys are, except," he stopped. "Well, almost all. Your family has members in other houses?" Harry asked, with the interest of someone who was genuinely curious rather than being polite. "One distant cousin. Slytherin." Ron's ears went slightly pink. "We don't really. Houses are a curious tradition," Harry said mildly. "Useful for sorting 11-year-olds. Less useful as a permanent identity." Ron blinked at him as though this was a sentence he'd never encountered and wasn't sure what to do with. Then, slowly, the open face worked through it. "Huh," he said. "I suppose." Daphne, across from Harry, was looking out the window with the expression of someone who is politely not commenting. Harry knew her well enough to know she disagreed, not with the content, but with the framing. Daphne was Slytherin in the way the sorting would recognize immediately, not because she was cold or ambitious in the hollow sense but because her intelligence operated through strategy and her loyalty, once given, was absolute and entirely hidden from people she didn't trust. She wore the Slytherin identity the way she wore everything, precisely, without apology. She just also didn't think it should define her ceiling. The trolley came. Ron bought a considerable quantity of sweets and looked faintly embarrassed about his sandwiches, which Harry recognized as the particular embarrassment of a child who has grown up not wealthy in a world where wealth is visible, and responded to it by buying something from the trolley himself and offering half without making it a gesture. Just a practical division of resources. Ron took it with relief and moved on, and that small unspoken thing became the foundation of something Harry suspected would last. Outside the window, England unreeled from suburb to countryside to something wilder, and Harry watched it and felt the bond settle into its traveling distance hum, and thought about what was coming. Hogwarts announced itself at dusk. The boats crossed the Black Lake under a sky going purple and green, and Harry sat in a boat with Ron and two other first-years who would turn out to be Dean Thomas and Neville Longbottom, and looked up at the castle as it materialized out of the dark and thought, there it is. Not there it is, how grand, or there it is, how frightening. Just there it is, in the tone of recognition. The castle looked back at him, the castle always looked at people, that was the thing about Hogwarts that the books didn't quite capture, it was genuinely present in a way that buildings were not, and something in the ancient magic that ran through his bones recognized the magic that ran through the stone, and the two of them arrived at a mutual understanding before his foot had touched dry land. "I know what you are," the castle seemed to say, in the way very old things communicate, not words, just a quality of attention. "Same," Harry said back, which surprised him because he hadn't meant to say anything. The castle's attention settled around him like a hand on a shoulder, firm and certain, and stayed there. The sorting was, from Harry's perspective, the least suspenseful part of the evening. He sat in the hall and looked at the 1,000-year-old ceiling showing a cloudy Scottish sky and felt the accumulated magic of the castle settling around him like something coming to rest, and when Professor McGonagall called his name and he walked to the stool and sat down, the hat had the quality of someone who had prepared a long speech and immediately discarded it. "Well," it said, in his head. "You're not what I was expecting." "What were you expecting?" Harry asked, genuinely curious. A boy who needed guidance toward his house. A pause. "I don't think you need guidance toward anything. You've already decided everything, haven't you?" "Most things," Harry said. "I'm 11. I'm leaving some room for adjustment." The hat made a sound that might have been a laugh. "Convergence core. I haven't seen one of these since," another pause, longer. "Since a very long time. Do you know what this does to my traditional sorting methodology?" "I imagine it complicates it," Harry said pleasantly. It makes it irrelevant, the hat said. You don't have a dominant trait. You have all of them. I could put you in any house and be correct. A thoughtful silence. So the question is not where you fit. The question is what you intend to build here, and which house best serves that intention. Gryffindor, Harry said. Yes, the hat agreed, with the tone of someone confirming a calculation they've already done. Because you've looked at the power landscape and decided that visibility is more useful than strategy right now. Slytherin would serve your tactical mind. Ravenclaw would serve your scholarship. But you've decided that what the wizarding world needs to see, what will be most useful for the next 7 years, is that the most powerful person at Hogwarts is also the one standing in the open. A pause. That is, if I may say so, an extremely sophisticated piece of political reasoning for an 11-year-old. I had help, Harry said. My Slytherin thought it through with me. Ah, said the hat, with a warmth that surprised him. The Triad. Yes, I can feel them in you, you know. The warm one and the precise one. Another pause. They chose well. As did you. It raised its voice. Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted. Harry walked to it with the calm of someone who has not been surprised, and sat down between a girl who introduced herself as Hermione Granger with the compressed excitement of someone who has been waiting to deploy her knowledge of Hogwarts traditions, and the available space beside Ron who shouted, yes, loud enough that Neville Longbottom, who had just been sorted into Gryffindor 30 seconds earlier, nearly fell off his seat. Harry ate and listened and catalogued. Hermione was a revelation, Muggle-born, thoroughly read, with an intelligence that operated at the same pitch as Daphne's but in a completely different key, where Daphne's was architectural, Hermione's was comprehensive, the kind of mind that wanted to know everything about everything on principle. He liked her immediately and thought she and Daphne would either become formidable allies or spend considerable energy disagreeing, probably both. From the Slytherin table, he caught Daphne's eye. She had been sorted 40 minutes ago, third name called, the hat on her head for approximately 12 seconds before it announced Slytherin with the efficient certainty of someone checking off a list. She was sitting between two Slytherin girls who seemed to have already understood that sitting near Daphne Greengrass was worth the effort of adjusting to her standards. She met Harry's look with the small contained acknowledgement that served as their shorthand for all is well. He nodded back. Dumbledore's welcome speech was warm and broad and cleverly pitched, funny in the right moments, solemn in the right moments, designed to make every student in the room feel simultaneously welcomed and gently accountable to the institution's standards. Harry listened to it with genuine appreciation for the craft of it. Whatever else Dumbledore was, he was a man who understood how to hold a room, and holding 11 to 17-year-olds was not a small task. He also noticed the moment Dumbledore's gaze found him in the crowd, a sweep of those blue eyes, sharp as winter behind the warm surface, and the small pause, the recalibration, that followed. Dumbledore had been expecting Harry Potter. He had not, apparently, been expecting whatever it was he was currently looking at. Harry met his gaze directly and held it without challenge, without deference. Just I see you seeing me. Dumbledore's expression shifted into something warm and curious. He moved his gaze on. Harry looked back at his plate and felt a small thread of acknowledgement run through the bond, Daphne from across the hall, who had been watching and had catalogued the exchange and was filing it appropriately. Later was a word that covered a great deal. The first week at Hogwarts was, for Harry, primarily the work of recalibrating what he already knew against what was being taught. It was somewhat like arriving at a university having already read the entire first-year curriculum and finding that the lectures were not wrong but were operating at a significant remove from the full picture. He sat in charms and watched Flitwick demonstrate Wingardium Leviosa and executed it cleanly on the first try because the underlying theory of levitation charms had been in his third month of study, and saw the tiny professor's eyes go bright with the particular light of a teacher recognizing something unusual. "Excellent, Mr. Potter. Have you studied this before?" "Independently," Harry said. "I had access to some texts over the summer." "Indeed." Flitwick made a note. Harry had a feeling the note said something other than what notes usually said. Transfiguration was McGonagall's domain, and McGonagall was, Harry immediately decided, the teacher he respected most. Not because she was warmest, she wasn't, but because she was most honest about what she was. She taught with the precision of someone who has no interest in impressing you with difficulty, she just wanted you to understand correctly. She watched him transfigure his match into a needle, not a partial transfiguration, not a needle-shaped match, but a full, complete, metallically cold needle, and set her quill down. "How long have you been practicing?" she asked. 2 years, Harry said. "From texts?" She looked at him for a long moment. "Stay after class," she said, and moved on without inflection. He stayed. She asked him questions for 15 minutes, specific, probing questions about underlying theory that would have been difficult for most third years, and he answered them. At the end she looked at him with those sharp eyes and said, "You'll need more advanced material. I'll speak to the headmaster about an independent study arrangement." "Thank you," Harry said. "I'd appreciate that. I'd also prefer to remain in the standard class. I think there's value in doing the foundations properly with everyone else." She looked at him again, the recalibrating look, he was getting familiar with it. "That's a mature perspective. I've had good advisors," Harry said honestly. Potions was Snape, and Snape was a problem Harry had anticipated. Not because he was afraid of him but because Snape was genuinely brilliant and also genuinely damaged in ways that had made him, at some point, decide that cruelty to children was an acceptable expression of his own pain, and Harry found that combination, brilliance and the willingness to damage, more concerning than straightforward antagonism. Snape swept into the classroom with his black robes and his controlled contempt and began the intimidation ritual, the cutting questions, the deliberate exposure of uncertainty, and Harry sat in his chair and waited for his name to be called with the patience of someone who has been waiting a long time and knows exactly how this part goes. "Potter." The black eyes found him with the practiced precision of someone choosing a target. "Our new celebrity. Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry looked at him calmly. "Draught of living death," he said. "One of the most powerful sleeping potions in existence. You're testing whether I've done the reading, which is fair." A brief pause, then, "Asphodel is in the lily family, which I suspect has personal significance for you, so the choice of question isn't entirely random." The classroom went so quiet that the bubbling of preparation cauldrons at the front became conspicuous. Snape's expression didn't change. Not exactly. But something behind the controlled contempt did, a shift, very small, the kind that happens when someone receives information they weren't expecting. His voice, when he spoke, had lost exactly 1 degree of the deliberately cutting quality. "Bezoar," he said. "Where would you find one and what is its purpose?" "Stomach of a goat," Harry said. "Antidote to most poisons. You can hold it in your hand in an emergency if you've swallowed something before you can identify what it is." He paused. "The practical application is more important than the theoretical one in most scenarios where you'd actually need it." Another silence. 20 points to Gryffindor, Snape said, in the tone of someone conceding ground they hadn't intended to give up. "Try not to make a habit of being correct in a way that inconveniences the lesson." He moved on. Harry caught Ron's sideways look, stunned, slightly awed, and gave a small shrug that meant "I'll explain later." Hermione, on his other side, was looking at Harry with the expression of someone recategorizing a person they thought they understood, which was a look Harry was going to get used to quickly. From across the castle, in a Slytherin classroom Harry had never been in, he felt Daphne's amusement like a small precise flame. The Quidditch tryout situation resolved itself the way things tended to resolve themselves when Harry was involved, which was cleanly and without particular drama. He hadn't gone seeking it. Oliver Wood, Gryffindor Quidditch captain, had apparently witnessed him manage a first-year broom in one of the early flying lessons with the kind of instinctive competence that made Wood's single-tracked sporting mind immediately interested. The conversation with McGonagall that followed resulted in a first-year exception to the no first-year Quidditch rule that McGonagall made in the same decisive tone she used for everything, as though the precedent had simply been waiting for the right person. Harry played Seeker because it suited him, not because Quidditch was his greatest passion, but because the spatial awareness and rapid analysis skills it required were ones he'd been developing, and he liked being in the air. The broom talked to him in the way magic made for human flight talked to its right users, fluently, immediately, like thinking in a language you'd always known. He caught the snitch at the first practice in 4 minutes, and Oliver Wood made a sound that was technically a human voice but carried the emotional weight of a religious experience. Months passed the way months pass when you're genuinely engaged, fast and specific and layered. November turned cold. The library became Harry's primary residence outside class, and Hermione, who had initially approached him with the careful competitive energy of someone who suspects they've met an equal for the first time, gradually unbent into genuine collaboration once she understood that Harry had no interest in competing with her and every interest in thinking through problems together. She was in the library with him the night he found the restricted section text. He hadn't gone for it deliberately. He'd been following a research thread on ward theory that started in a standard curriculum charms text, moved through a cross-reference to an intermediate theory volume, and arrived, with the inevitability of good research, at a citation for a restricted text on layered ward construction and its relationship to blood-based protective enchantment. He had a library pass signed by McGonagall for independent study purposes, and he presented it to Madame Pants, who examined it with the thoroughness of someone who has been guarding valuable texts from teenagers for 40 years, and then let him in. He found the book in 20 minutes. He was reading it, sitting on the restricted section floor, back against the shelves, which was against several rules, but Madame Pants had apparently decided the rules didn't quite have the grip they usually did, when he found the chapter on convergence covenants. It wasn't supposed to be there. It was in a ward theory text, a technical volume about how layered protections interact with blood magic, and the Covenant chapter was clearly an addition by a previous owner, handwritten in margins and on inserted pages in a cramped scholarly hand, cross-referencing the ward theory with notes on Covenant structure. Someone had been researching this. Someone had thought the two subjects were connected. Harry read the inserted notes 3 times, getting progressively more alert. The connection the previous annotator had found was this: a Triad Covenant, when fully active, generated a form of ward inherently. Not a ward that could be placed on a building or a boundary, a ward that was the 3 members, that surrounded them collectively. An active covenant was, in the technical ward theory sense, a self-sealing structure. It generated its own protection as a function of its existence. The stronger and more active the covenant, the stronger the ward. The annotator's notes got particularly excited, the handwriting became less cramped and more rushing, at the implications for external attack. A convergence king in full covenant expression was not merely difficult to harm. He was, in the technical language of the text, theoretically invulnerable to externally sourced dark magic. Not because dark magic couldn't reach him, but because the covenant would recognize and redirect it, automatically, without deliberate casting, the way a lightning rod doesn't prevent lightning but ensures it goes somewhere specific. Harry sat on the floor of the restricted section at 11 o'clock at night and looked at the annotator's final note, which said in underlined script, "This is why he feared the boy." Not the curse that rebounded. The covenant. He felt the structure and knew he could not harm what it protected, but he struck anyway, because he did not know the king had not yet found his court. Harry closed the book carefully. He held it in his lap and looked at the dark space between the shelves and felt the bond, Fleur quick and warm, Daphne steady and precise, and understood something he'd suspected and was now certain of. Voldemort hadn't been defeated by a rebound curse. He'd been defeated by the ancient magic recognizing an incomplete covenant and protecting it. The rebounded killing curse was the mechanism. The reason the mechanism worked was sitting in Harry's chest, warm and real and 3 years older than it had been. He needed to tell them. He put the book back, signed out of the restricted section, and walked back to Gryffindor Tower in the dark, thinking fast and efficiently. In the Slytherin dungeons he felt Daphne's heartbeat, asleep but steady. In France, Fleur's was quick and warm even in sleep. He sent attention through both connections, gentle, not waking, just I found something. We'll talk. He felt them register it even in sleep. 2 small shifts, 2 acknowledgements. He climbed through the portrait hole, past the snoring fat lady, and sat in the dark common room and wrote for an hour, not letters to them, those could wait until morning, but notes for himself, the kind of fast functional notes that were really thinking out loud, working through the implications. If the Covenant ward was real, and the annotator's scholarship was rigorous, he'd follow the citations tomorrow, then Voldemort's return, whenever it came, would have a complication he hadn't planned for. Because the last time he'd encountered the Covenant, it had been incomplete. When he came back, it wouldn't be. The fire crackled low in the Gryffindor fireplace. Harry looked at his notes. He thought about a man with red eyes who was not quite dead, somewhere in the dark, waiting to be whole again. He thought about the ward that was 3, growing stronger every month that passed. He let the fire burn lower and he was not afraid, not even slightly, and that was not bravado. It was mathematics. He had done the reading. He knew the numbers. He went to bed. He slept immediately, deeply, easily, the way you sleep when you know exactly what you are and what's coming and have decided that knowing is the only preparation that matters. In the morning he wrote to both of them, 2 lines each, precise as Daphne had taught him to be. I found something in the restricted section. Implications are significant. Read the attached notes and tell me what you think. He slipped the letter through his bedroom window before breakfast and felt it go, the ancient magic receiving it and sending it, 2 directions at once, reliable as gravity, and went downstairs to eat with the comfortable certainty of someone who has already eaten half their enemies for breakfast before they've had their porridge. Hermione met him at the bottom of the stairs and said, "You were in the restricted section last night." "Yes." "After hours." "Also yes." She looked at him with the precise exasperation of someone whose respect for rules is in direct tension with her intellectual curiosity. "What did you find?" Harry considered her. "Then, something important. Give me a few days to verify the citations and I'll tell you." She looked at him for a long moment. "All right," she said, with the careful dignity of someone filing this under trust provisionally extended, awaiting verification. "But you're going to tell me." "I'll tell you," Harry agreed. They went in to breakfast. The Morning Owl post arrived with its usual controlled chaos of wings and letters, and among the responses from Daphne and Fleur, both quick, both clearly written before dawn, both containing the specific quality of minds that had been working the problem since his message arrived, there was also a short note in a handwriting he didn't recognize, delivered by a school owl rather than a private one. He opened it. "Mr. Potter, I wonder if you might find time this week for a brief conversation. My office, Thursday at 5, if that suits. Tea will be available. Albus Dumbledore." Harry looked at the note. He felt Daphne's attention sharpen in his chest. She'd been watching for this, apparently, and sent a thought back, "It's time." Her response came as the emotional equivalent of a nod. He folded the note into his pocket, picked up his fork, and thought, right, then. Thursday. He was 11 years old, and he was ready for every single thing that was coming. Chapter 3, The Shape of Power. The thing about Dumbledore's office was that it was designed to make you feel small. Harry noticed it the moment he stepped through the door, the careful architecture of impression, the towering portraits of previous headmasters arranged at precisely the height that required you to look up, the magnificent bird perched at the center burning with quiet self-possession, the accumulated magical artifacts turning and humming in their cases like a room full of quiet conversations you weren't part of. It was a room that said, "I have centuries behind me," and meant you to feel the weight of them. Harry sat down in the chair across from Dumbledore's desk, looked at the room with genuine appreciation, and said, "This is a remarkable space. The ward layering on the south wall is particularly impressive. Is that pre-Hogwarts Foundation magic, or did a previous headmaster add to it?" Dumbledore, who had been settling into his chair with the measured ease of a man arranging an encounter he'd planned carefully, paused. The south wall, he said, is indeed a blend of both. The foundation wards date to the castle's original construction. For successive headmasters added to them between the 13th and 16th centuries. He looked at Harry with those winter-sharp eyes doing their work behind the warm surface. Most students don't notice the wards at all. I've been studying ward theory, Harry said. It's hard not to notice once you know what to look for. The layers have different textures. He looked at the perch. Is that Fox? It is. He's beautiful. And he meant it, the phoenix was extraordinary, something beyond the simple description of beautiful, carrying the quality of things that existed at the intersection of nature and magic. Harry felt the warmth in his chest respond to it, a small sympathetic resonance. I think he can feel the bond, he said, half to himself. The bond? Dumbledore said, carefully. Harry looked at him. He'd made a small decision on the walk up, honesty, broad and early. Not because he owed Dumbledore transparency, he didn't, not unconditionally, but because managing information with someone like Dumbledore was a long game that produced diminishing returns, and Harry preferred to establish the terms of a relationship clearly rather than discover them under pressure. A Triad Covenant, he said. Ancient magic. It activated 3 years ago. I'm the Convergence King. 2 others are bound to me. The silence in the room was the particular kind that comes when a person of great intelligence receives information they suspected and are now confirming. Dumbledore's expression was extraordinarily controlled, but the control itself was informative. It was the expression of someone managing their reaction, which meant the reaction, unmanaged, would have been significant. I see, Dumbledore said. You've known for 3 years. Since Diagon Alley, summer of 1988, Harry said. Both of my Covenant partners felt it simultaneously. The activation was spontaneous, physical contact, all 3 of us at once. It wasn't something any of us sought. No, Dumbledore said. No, the ancient magic doesn't wait for invitation. He looked at Harry for a long moment. May I ask who? I'd rather not say until I've spoken to them about what I share, Harry said, pleasantly. They have their own right to privacy. Another pause. Longer this time. Harry watched Dumbledore process this. The headmaster had clearly come to this meeting expecting to be the person with the most information, the person who would be introducing Harry gently to certain large truths about himself, and was now recalibrating from a position that was visibly less comfortable. To his credit, he did it well. The warm, attentive expression didn't falter. But his fingers, briefly, touched together in a way that suggested the hands were doing something the face wasn't. Harry, Dumbledore said, with the gentleness of someone who has used gentleness as a tool for 60 years and is still genuinely kind beneath the technique, there are things I've wanted to speak with you about. Things that concern your past and your future that are weighty. I had hoped to address them gradually, as you grew and as the time seemed right. I know about the prophecy, Harry said. Dumbledore's hands went still. Sybil Trelawney made it before I was born, Harry said. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. It could have referred to me or to Neville Longbottom. Voldemort chose me. He held Dumbledore's gaze with the steady calm of someone who has spent 3 years making peace with large truths. I know that you've known this since before I was born. I know that the choices you made after my parents died, the placement with my aunt and uncle, the blood wards, the decision to let me grow up outside the magical world, were made with the prophecy and my protection in mind. A brief pause. I also know that you intended to tell me when you judged the time was right, and that the timing was going to be your decision, not mine. The fire crackled. Fawkes made a sound, low and musical, that felt like a comment. You are not angry, Dumbledore said, and it was partly a statement and partly genuine puzzlement. I understand why you did it, Harry said. The logic was sound in 1981. You were protecting a baby from a resurgent dark power with a prophesied interest in that baby. You made the best decision you had information for. He held the older wizard's gaze. But I'm 11 now and I know things, and the decisions about my life are mine to make. He kept his voice entirely level, entirely without heat. I'm not asking you to step aside or stop caring about what happens to me. I'm telling you that I already know the landscape, and I'd rather work with you honestly than have you manage what you think I should know. Dumbledore looked at him for a very long time. Then he leaned back in his chair, and something in the careful composure softened in a way that felt genuine rather than tactical. You remind me of your mother, he said quietly. She had the same quality of seeing through structures to the actual intention behind them. A pause. And the same willingness to say so directly. I've been told she was remarkable, Harry said. She was. Dumbledore picked up his tea. You said you know about the prophecy. Do you know about the Horcruxes? Harry looked at him. No. That word is new. Now it was Dumbledore who had an advantage, and Harry watched him decide how to use it, watched the balance tip, observed the choice being made. The headmaster could give him the full information or manage the delivery. Harry waited without pressing, making the space for honesty the obvious option. Voldemort, Dumbledore said, has not merely failed to die. He has taken steps to ensure that he cannot die. He set his tea down. A Horcrux is an object into which a portion of one's soul is placed, achieved through an act of murder. It serves as an anchor. So long as it exists, the soul it contains cannot pass on. He cannot be permanently killed while his Horcruxes survive. A pause that carried weight. I believe he made several. Harry processed this quickly, following the implications through the convergence core the way a river follows the lowest available path, naturally, immediately, without needing to force it. How many? I believe 7, in total. Or rather, 7 containers. The soul is split into what would have been 8 pieces if he had done it deliberately and carefully, which he did not entirely. Dumbledore looked at him with careful attention. There is one Horcrux I'm nearly certain of. There are others I suspect. And there is one container that was made without deliberate intent on Voldemort's part. Harry went still. The night your parents were killed, Dumbledore said, and the killing curse rebounded. The magical violence of that moment was extreme enough that Voldemort's already fragmented soul split again. A piece of it latched onto the nearest living thing. A pause. You, Harry. There is a fragment of Voldemort's soul in your scar. The fire crackled. Fawkes sang one low note. Harry sat with this for a moment, not with shock, because he'd long since learned to receive large information without the luxury of shock, but with the particular internal stillness of someone updating a significant calculation. He reached up and touched the scar on his forehead, feeling nothing extraordinary, just the familiar faint warmth, which he had always assumed was residual magic from the original curse. That's why the bond protected me, he said. When I found the annotator's notes in the restricted section, the ward the Covenant generates, it wasn't just protecting me from the killing curse. It was protecting me from the soul fragment too. The ancient magic recognized the contamination and contained it. Dumbledore looked at him with an expression that was equal parts admiration and something more complicated. You found annotated notes on Covenant ward theory in the restricted section. Last month. The annotations were added by a previous scholar. I followed the citations. The scholarship was rigorous. Harry looked at the headmaster steadily. You knew about the soul fragment. I suspected it. I've been moving toward certainty for some time. And your plan, Harry said, because the implication was now sitting in the room with them, large and unavoidable, involved me dying to remove it. Dumbledore did not look away. That, more than anything, was what made Harry respect him in spite of everything. He could have deflected, could have softened it, and he didn't. At the appropriate time, he said quietly. After the other Horcruxes were destroyed. After Voldemort was weakened. A willing death at the right moment, which the killing curse would resolve without permanent harm because of your mother's sacrifice protection, the Covenant ward, Harry said. He wasn't angry. He was working. If the Covenant ward already contains the soul fragment, keeps it from influencing me, keeps it from functioning as a proper Horcrux, then the fragment might be isolable. Extractable, even, given the right application of ancient magic. He looked at Fawkes, thinking. Phoenix tears can heal almost any wound. What can Phoenix song do to a contained soul fragment? Dumbledore went very still. I'm not dying for anyone's plan, Harry said, without heat, without drama, just as a statement of fact. Not because I'm unwilling to sacrifice myself if it actually came to that, but because I don't think it will. I think there's another way, and I think it involves the Covenant, and I think the reason no one has found it yet is because there hasn't been an active Triad in several hundred years. He looked at Dumbledore. I need access to your research on the Horcruxes. All of it. A long silence. You are 11 years old, Dumbledore said, not in protest, more like he was cataloguing a fact he couldn't quite accommodate. Yes, Harry said. And I have a convergence core, 2 bonded partners including a Vila heir with access to ancient French magical traditions, and 3 years of preparation using 5 different private library collections. He met the blue eyes. I'm the best resource you have for solving this problem. Treat me that way. Fawkes made that sound again, the low musical note. Dumbledore looked at his Phoenix for a moment, and something in his expression did something private and complicated and then resolved. Thursday evenings, Dumbledore said. You'll come here. We'll work through the research together. All of it. A pause. I reserve the right to sometimes tell you that you're wrong. I reserve the same right, Harry said. Naturally. Dumbledore's beard moved slightly around something that was either a smile or the precursor to one. Shall we start now? The tea is still warm. They worked for 2 hours. Harry asked questions and Dumbledore answered them, and twice Harry pointed out a gap in the headmaster's reasoning that made Dumbledore pause and then nod, slow and considering, the way genuinely intelligent people nod when they've received useful correction. It was the most productive 2 hours Harry had spent in the building so far, and when he finally stood to leave, the room felt different, the weight of it less about centuries behind and more about something being built. Harry, Dumbledore said, as he reached the door. The 2 you're bonded to. Are they well? Harry turned. Looked at him. They're extraordinary, he said, and let the door close behind him. The corridor outside was cold and dim. Harry walked back toward Gryffindor Tower quickly, running calculations, already composing the letter he'd write tonight. Fleur and Daphne needed to know about the Horcruxes. They needed to know about the soul fragment. They needed to know that the situation was more complex than any of them had fully understood, and they needed to start thinking, together, about the solution Harry had proposed in Dumbledore's office, which was not yet a plan but was the shape of one. He was most of the way back to the tower when the corridor behind him filled with the particular quality of presence that meant a group of people moving with purposeful group energy, and he turned to find Draco Malfoy and his 2 satellites, Crabbe and Goyle, who served Malfoy the way Mass serves a planet, mainly by being large and nearby, coming around the corner. Malfoy had the practiced confidence of someone who has never been told no by an adult and has extended this experience into a general theory of how the world worked. He looked at Harry with the expression that aristocratic boys often wore around Harry, something between resentment and the particular greed of someone who wants to be aligned with a powerful thing and is irritated that the powerful thing hasn't acknowledged the natural order of aristocratic primacy. Potter, he said. Coming from the headmaster's office at this hour. Impressive. Malfoy, Harry said pleasantly. Going somewhere? We're allowed in this corridor, Malfoy said. So am I. Harry kept walking. Not away, through. He simply continued his trajectory, which happened to be directly past Malfoy, and moved through the space between the blonde boy and the wall with the easy unconcern of someone who has genuinely not registered that stopping or yielding might be an expected option. Malfoy turned, recalibrating. You know, he said, to Harry's back, my father says that what happened to you at Hogwarts is very interesting. He's on the board of governors. He keeps a close eye on notable students. Harry stopped. Not because he was alarmed, but because the statement was interesting and deserved a response. He turned back. Is that a threat or an offer? He asked, with genuine curiosity. Because it's phrased like a threat, but I suspect your father has more complicated intentions than threats. Malfoy's composure flickered. He'd expected intimidation or deference and gotten neither, and 11-year-old Draco Malfoy did not yet have the full suite of tools for handling unexpected responses. It's information, he said, after a half-beat. Then thank you for it, Harry said. Tell your father I said hello. He turned and kept walking and did not look back, and heard Malfoy say something to Crabbe and Goyle that was probably aggrieved but couldn't quite manage the pitch of actually wounded. He sent a thought through the bond, Lucius Malfoy is watching me. Just so you know. Daphne's response was immediate and dry, he's been watching you since September. I've been watching him watch you. He's cautious, he's not sure what you are yet and he doesn't act on uncertainty. For now, Harry sent back. For now, she agreed. December arrived, cold and thick with the particular magic of Hogwarts at Christmas, which was genuine and old and had nothing to do with festivity. It was the magic of a castle that had housed 10,000 winters and remembered all of them. Most students went home for the holidays. Harry stayed, partly because Privet Drive held no appeal and partly because a mostly empty Hogwarts was an extraordinarily good research environment. He spent the first 3 days of the holiday in the library with Hermione, who had also stayed. Her parents were on holiday abroad and she was, Harry suspected, at least partly relieved to have an excuse to remain where the books were. They worked in companionable parallel, Harry following the Horcrux research thread and Hermione pursuing something she was calling the institutional memory problem, which was her term for the systematic way Hogwarts' official curriculum avoided the most important parts of wizarding history. She slid a page across the table on the second day, covered in neat annotations. I found something, she said, with the contained excitement of a person who has been sitting on information for approximately as long as they could manage. Harry looked at the page. It was a list, dates, names, events, tracking the removal of specific subjects from the Hogwarts curriculum over a 300-year period. Someone edited the curriculum deliberately, he said. Systematically, Hermione said. Look at the dates. Every major removal happens within 5 years of a new ministry administration or a shift in the Board of Governors. What gets removed? Ancient magic theory. Covenant law. The history of pre-ministry magical governance. She looked at him. Everything that would give students a framework for understanding where their power comes from independently of ministry-approved channels. Who authorized the most recent removals? Harry asked. Hermione pointed. The last significant curriculum revision was dated 1945, authorized jointly by the newly appointed Hogwarts Board of Governors and the sitting Minister for Magic. There was a third name on the authorization, APWB Dumbledore, Transfiguration, consenting signatory. Harry looked at the name for a moment. 1945 was the year Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald. He'd been a hero, newly powerful, newly central to the wizarding political establishment. He'd been a young man who'd been shaped by a dark summer in his youth, a summer with a charismatic companion who had believed that magical power should be used to establish a hierarchy, that wizards should rule muggles for everyone's benefit. Dumbledore had rejected that ideology. But there was a thin, uncomfortable line between we should not control muggles and young wizards should not have too much independent access to the history of how power actually works. He didn't do it maliciously, Harry said. I know, Hermione said. She sounded like she'd had the same argument with herself. But he did do it. Yes. They sat with that for a moment. I'm not going to pretend this doesn't affect how I see his decisions, Harry said. But I'm also not going to stop working with him. He's the best resource I have for the Horcrux problem and his intentions, even when they're wrong, are genuinely aimed at protection. He looked at the page. I'm just going to hold a more accurate picture of what he is. Which includes this. Hermione looked at him with the look that meant she was updating her model of something. You do that a lot, she said. Hold accurate pictures of people. Including the uncomfortable parts. It's more useful than comfortable pictures, Harry said. Comfortable pictures have the wrong dimensions. You keep bumping into the edges. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then, I think you might be the strangest person I've ever met. That's fair, Harry said. Second strangest, probably. I know an excellent Slytherin who categorized my reading material by priority, complexity, and cross-reference before I'd even started Hogwarts. Daphne Greengrass? Hermione asked. Harry looked at her. I've noticed, Hermione said simply. The way you look at each other across the Great Hall. The way you seem to know what she's thinking without talking to her. I'm observant, Harry, you know that. She wasn't pressing, she was offering him the information she had, leaving him to decide what to do with it. She's important to me, Harry said. That's accurate. The full explanation is complicated. Does it involve ancient magic? Yes. Hermione nodded, making one of her mental notes. All right. When you want to tell me, tell me. I won't ask before then. A brief pause. I should tell you, I think the soul fragment in your scar is affecting the ambient magic around you. Not negatively, more like a frequency interference. Sometimes when you cast something complex, the edges of it have a different quality. Like two stations on a radio at the same time. Harry stared at her. You can feel that? I can feel a lot of things I don't have the vocabulary for yet, Hermione said. I'm working on the vocabulary. She looked back at her research. I thought you should know. He wrote to Fleur that night about the soul fragment, the interference Hermione had noticed, and the developing theory about Covenant ward isolation. Her response came on Christmas morning, delivered by a small elegant owl that had the quality of a Delacour family bird, precise, fast, faintly aristocratic in its bearing. Harry, I have been thinking about this for 2 weeks since your last letter. My grandmother and I have been working through the Delacour family texts on Vila healing magic. There is a tradition, old, mostly lost, we found it in a text from the 14th century, of using Vila's song to purify a magical space of corruption. Not just physical wounds, magical contamination. Dark magic embedded in a living core. I believe, with sufficient preparation, I can use the bond as a channel. My song through the bond, directed at the contained fragment, with Daphne providing the structural ward to keep it isolated during the process. You would need to hold yourself open, completely, deliberately. It would not be comfortable. But I believe it is possible. I want to try. Tell me what you think. Fleur. P.S. It is Christmas morning and I am writing to you about soul fragment extraction because that is apparently what our relationship is. You're welcome. He laughed, actually laughed, alone in his room on Christmas morning, the kind of laugh that comes from a person who is genuinely happy in a moment and isn't performing it for anyone. He wrote back, your PS is the best thing I've read this month and that's saying something because I've read a lot. Tell your grandmother I'm grateful. Tell me when you're ready to try the process. I trust you. Harry. P.S. Happy Christmas. Obviously. Her response was a single line, obviously. January. The corridor on the 3rd floor had a locked door. Harry had known about it since September. He'd catalogued the ward on it the 2nd week of term, identifying it as a standard ministry class locking enchantment with an added deterrent ward and, beneath both of those, something much older and more interesting. He hadn't tried to open it because he'd had no reason to yet, and because the obvious prohibiting of something was less interesting to him than understanding why it was prohibited. He understood in February, when he overheard, not eavesdropped, he was genuinely walking past the right door at the right moment, Quirrell having a conversation with himself in two very distinct voices, one anxious and one cold, about something kept in the third-floor corridor that couldn't be removed yet because moving it would require a distraction. Harry stopped walking. He stood in the corridor and processed what he'd just heard with the particular quality of attention that the Convergence Core gave to threat assessment, not panic, just rapid complete synthesis, all the disparate information finding its arrangement simultaneously. Quirrell. The stutter and the anxiety that was a performance. The smell of garlic and dark magic, he'd noticed both on the man but filed them separately. The locked third-floor room. The fact that Voldemort's body was gone but his soul was not, and souls required anchoring. He sent through the bond, "I need you both now." Both responses came within seconds, which told him they'd been paying attention. "Fleur, what happened?" "Daphne, tell me." He told them. Standing in the corridor, mentally, through the bond, in the rapid shorthand they developed over 3 years of shared thinking, not words exactly, more like organized information dropped into a shared space. Impressions and facts and the connections between them. Both of them processed it in real time, he could feel them thinking, and Daphne's heartbeat took on the particular quality it got when she was 2 steps ahead of a problem. "Quirrell is the host," she sent. "Voluntary." Voldemort needed a body, he latched onto the closest willing vessel. The possession is what's sustaining him physically. The object in the corridor is connected to keeping him contained or keeping him whole, Fleur completed. Something he needs. He can't act openly yet, Daphne continued. He's dependent on Quirrell's body and Quirrell is dependent on not being discovered. That's the limitation. A pause, the quality of thought. "Harry, what's behind the door?" "I don't know yet," he sent. "But I intend to find out." "We're not at Hogwarts," Fleur sent, with an edge that he recognized as the particular frustration of someone who wants to act and is physically prevented. "We can't help directly." "You can help from where you are," Harry sent. "When I go in, I want you both active in the bond. Not background hum. Fully present. If I need the full Covenant expression, we'll be ready," Daphne said, with the precision of someone making a professional commitment. "Stay safe," Fleur sent, and beneath it, not in words, a particular warm quality that was worry and trust at the same time. He went that night. The corridor was empty at 2 in the morning, cold stone and the particular silence of a large building with most of its inhabitants asleep. Harry walked it with his wand out and his senses extended, the Convergence Core reading the ambient magic around him the way a hand reads texture, the standard Hogwarts background hum, the ward on the door, and beneath the ward the something older that he'd noticed in September and was now recognizing for what it was, Dumbledore's magic. Not just a locking spell. The headmaster himself had placed a series of enchantments here, a structured series, each one a test. A gauntlet. He built this as an extra layer of protection, Harry thought. Or a test. Probably both. Dumbledore rarely builds anything for only one purpose. He opened the door. The locked enchantment fell to Alohomora, which was clearly intentional. The first challenge was meant to be passable by a competent student, to separate determined intruders from casual ones. The second challenge was the dog. It was the largest dog Harry had ever seen, which did not cover the situation adequately. It had 3 heads. Each head was asleep. Each head was also the size of a standard wardrobe and had the particular quality of something that would, when awake, be comprehensively terrible. Harry stood in the doorway and looked at it for a moment. Then he looked at the harp playing by itself at the dog's feet, enchanted music, keeping it under. He looked at the trapdoor beneath its feet. He thought about Fluffy's sleeping, the music, and the mechanics involved, and made a practical decision. He produced a small charm, a sustained musical note, elementary, first-week charms, held it steady, and while Fluffy continued its 3-headed sleep, he moved carefully across the room, lifted the trapdoor, and dropped through. The next hour was a gauntlet that someone, several someones, had built with care and craft. Devil's Snare in the second chamber, which reacted to his wand light and pulled back without drama. A room full of flying keys, which was genuinely elegant and took him longer than the others. He had to fly for the first time in a room not designed for flying, on a child's training broom, chasing the right key through several hundred decoys. He caught it in 4 minutes, which he suspected was considered fast by whoever had set the task. The chessboard was the one that made him pause. It was a full-sized enchanted chess match, human-sized pieces, real weight, real force, and it was designed to require a sacrifice. Someone had to lose a piece that mattered to proceed. Harry stood at the edge and looked at the board and felt Daphne sharp and present in his chest, her analytical attention already moving through the positions. Knight's Gambit won't work with these proportions, she sent. The enchantment is designed to require a meaningful sacrifice, a significant piece. But it's also designed by someone who thinks linearly, because the protective enchantments here are all linear. They think in sequences. Look at the board as a sequence problem, not a chess problem. Harry looked at it differently. And saw it, the pattern under the chess, the logic the caster had used to design the test. It was about cost. About willingness to lose something important to gain something more important. But cost didn't have to mean sacrifice in the way the designer had intended. He moved the queen's bishop to an unguarded square, an apparently vulnerable position, and waited for the opposing pieces to respond to the apparent opportunity. They responded to it the way the designer had intended, revealing the path. He walked through. The pieces didn't stop him. The design hadn't accounted for someone who could see the logic underneath. The troll was already unconscious when he got to its chamber. Someone else had been through here, then, and recently. He filed that and moved on. The potions room was a logic puzzle, which was someone's idea of elegant. The puzzle was genuinely elegant, actually, and he solved it in 8 minutes while Daphne worked the same problem through the bond in parallel, arriving at the same answer by a slightly different route, which they compared in the way they always compared solutions, fast and without ego about who got there first. He took the bottle that allowed forward passage and stepped through the final door. The room was dark except for a single large mirror, ornate and ancient, with an inscription around its frame. Standing in front of it, speaking to his own reflection, was Quirinus Quirrell, who turned when Harry entered with the stuttering anxiety gone and something considerably darker in its place. "Harry Potter," Quirrell said. "I wondered when you'd appear." "I wondered when you'd show yourself properly," Harry said. He kept his wand at his side, not raised, not lowered, just present. "How long have you been hosting him?" Quirrell blinked. Then, slowly, smiled. "Since Albania. He found me when I went looking. Fool that I was." Something in the voice shifted, Quirrell's precision going slightly off, overlaid. "He didn't want me to look for him. I volunteered. A distinction people will want to make later, and won't." "Doesn't matter," Harry said. "You made the choice regardless." He looked at the mirror. "The Philosopher's Stone is in there. And I can't get it out," Quirrell said, with the particular frustration of someone who has been staring at a problem for too long. "The enchantment," he turned back to the mirror, the overlaid quality of his voice stronger. "The boy will get it for me." The voice that came from the back of Quirrell's head was the one Harry had been expecting, cold, with the quality of something that had spent years in a form it wasn't built for, stretched thin and vicious. "Step forward, Harry Potter. Look in the mirror. You'll find what you need." Harry looked at the mirror. He'd never encountered the mirror of Eriste before, but he knew what it was. The knowledge arrived through the convergence core the way relevant information usually did, complete and immediate. A mirror that showed the viewer's deepest desire. Dumbledore had modified it to work as a stone retrieval mechanism. Only someone who desired the stone but had no intention of using it would receive it. Harry stepped forward and looked into the mirror. His reflection looked back at him, and for a moment he saw both of them. Fleur and Daphne, flanking him, their hands in his. Not a fantasy, not a romantic vision, not wealth or power. Just the three of them standing together as they had been since Diagon Alley, as they would be, as they were in some sense always. The covenant as itself, complete. He felt the stone appear in his pocket. The cool weight of it, small and dense. He turned around. He did not produce the stone. "I have it," he said. Quirrell's face went through something, surprise, then rapid reassessment. Behind his head, the other voice, "Give it to me." "No," Harry said simply. Not dramatically. Just the word. "You cannot stop, tell me something," Harry said, to whoever was actually talking to him, because Quirrell was largely secondary at this point. "The Covenant Ward. You felt it in 1981, didn't you? That's what you felt on my parents' doorstep before you cast the killing curse. Not just Lily's sacrifice, the Covenant structure around an incomplete triad, protecting its king." He tilted his head slightly. "You killed my mother and my father and tried to kill me, and the ancient magic reflected you back at yourself, and now you're in someone else's head trying to recover a stone you can't hold because you don't have a body, and I'm standing here having already done the reading on every aspect of this situation." A pause. "How would you like to proceed?" The room was quiet. Then, from behind Quirrell's head, "You should be afraid." "You haven't given me a reason to be," Harry said. "You can't harm me, the Covenant Ward, remember? And you can't get the stone without my cooperation, which you won't have. And Dumbledore is coming. I activated the alert ward on this room when I came through the door." He'd felt it, identified it, triggered it deliberately as he stepped over the threshold. "You have about 6 minutes." Quirrell moved, threw himself forward with the speed of someone who has run out of patience and options, and Harry raised his wand and cast Protego with the full weight of the convergence core behind it. Not a standard shield charm. A convergence shield, which was a thing that didn't have an official name because the last person who'd cast it hadn't published the technique. It was simply what happened when the convergence core applied its full synthesis to a defensive purpose. The shield that formed between Harry and Quirrell was not a flat barrier. It was a layered structure, multidirectional, with the ward quality he'd identified in the restricted section text radiating outward from it. Quirrell hit it and recoiled. His hands, the ones that had touched the shield, were burning. Not fire-burned. The particular burning of flesh that has tried to touch something the ancient magic has decided is not for you. Harry watched Quirrell's hands smoking and felt sick in a way that was genuine and contained simultaneously. This was a person in pain. The fact that the person had chosen this, had walked to Albania looking for a Dark Lord to follow, didn't make watching it easy. But it also didn't change the situation. He felt Fleur and Daphne in the bond, both fully present, both ready. The bright quick flame and the steady deliberate one, burning constant and sure. He drew on them, not the full combined expression, not the chord, but the awareness of them, the double heartbeat. It was enough. Quirrell tried twice more. The shield held. The burning worsened. On the third attempt, Quirrell made a sound that was more Voldemort than himself, a sound of pure desperate fury, and then Dumbledore came through the door. The headmaster took the situation in at a glance, which took approximately 2 seconds, and moved with the swift decisive authority of a man who has spent 70 years being the most powerful person in most rooms he enters. Quirrell was immobilized before he completed another step. The dark presence in the room shifted, pulled, attempted something that the air resisted, Dumbledore's wards and Harry's combined covenant presence making the space actively hostile to Voldemort's disembodied magic, and then, with the sound that wasn't sound, the quality of a held breath releasing, it departed. Quirrell collapsed. Dumbledore was at his side immediately, professional and gentle, checking, assessing. Harry stood where he was and took a breath and let the Covenant ward recede to its resting state, the warmth settling back to the usual background hum. He took the stone from his pocket. He held it out to Dumbledore. "You should destroy this," he said. "Nicholas Flamel has lived long enough. He'll agree if you explain the situation honestly." Dumbledore looked up at him from beside the unconscious Quirrell. His expression had gone through several things in the last 4 minutes and arrived somewhere that Harry didn't have a clean word for, a complex compound of pride and grief and recognition and something that was very close to relief. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "He will. He took the stone." "Harry, I'm fine," Harry said. "Quirrell? Alive. He'll need significant care." A pause. "He came willingly, you said." "He said so." "I believe him." Harry looked at the unconscious man on the floor. "That's worse, isn't it? Choosing this." "In some ways," Dumbledore said carefully. "In other ways, it means there was a person who made the wrong choice, which means there was a person. People can sometimes be recovered." He was quiet for a moment. "You triggered my alert ward deliberately. I wanted backup, not to be dramatic about it. The ward was there, the timing made sense." Dumbledore was quiet again, longer. "Then, I owe you an apology." Harry looked at him. "I set this gauntlet partly as a safeguard and partly, I think, without fully admitting it to myself, as a test," Dumbledore said. He was looking at the stone in his hand rather than at Harry, which was the posture of honesty from someone not fully comfortable with what they're admitting. "I wanted to know what you do when placed in a situation where you had to act without my guidance. I wanted to assess whether your preparation was genuinely yours or an illusion." A pause. "It was genuinely yours. What you did tonight, the mirror, the shield, the alert ward, none of it was in the plan I imagined. It was better." "I appreciate you saying so," Harry said. And meant it, not as a concession, as genuine appreciation. "I'm not trying to operate in opposition to you. I never have been." "I know that now," Dumbledore said. "I'm not certain I fully believed it before tonight." He finally looked at Harry directly. "You said the ward that forms around you is covenant-based. Not simply defensive casting." "Yes. And it burned Quirrell's hands when he touched it." "The ancient magic doesn't allow certain contacts," Harry said. "It recognizes dark magic and redirects it. If someone carries sufficient dark magic," he gestured at Quirrell's hands. "The ward sees it. Responds to it." Dumbledore looked at his own hand, briefly, with an expression that was gone before Harry could categorize it fully. "A ward that sees intent," he said quietly. "That's very old magic." "Older than Hogwarts," Harry said. "You knew about covenants." "I knew the theory. I've never seen one active." Dumbledore tucked the stone carefully away. "I'll need to revise a number of my assumptions." "We can add that to Thursday evenings," Harry said. Something changed in Dumbledore's face, then, something broke open, briefly, in the carefully maintained warmth. For just a moment Harry saw what was underneath it, a very old man who had been carrying enormous things for a very long time, who had made 100 decisions that seemed right and were sometimes wrong, who genuinely, in the marrow of the complicated person he was, loved the boy standing in front of him. And who was, perhaps for the first time in 11 years, looking at that boy and seeing someone rather than something to be protected. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "Thursday evenings." A pause. "And Harry, well done." Harry nodded. He turned and walked back through the gauntlet rooms, the logic puzzle, the chessboard, the flying keys, the devil's snare, the sleeping dog, all of them reversed and manageable, like rereading a sentence you already know. He came out into the third-floor corridor and stood in the cold dark and let everything settle. He sent through the bond, "It's done. He's gone. Everyone's alive." Fleur's response was immediate, a rush of warm relief so strong it nearly had a physical quality. Daphne's was quieter, a single note of satisfaction, clean and complete, the sound of a list being checked off. "You were both there," Harry sent. "The whole time. It helped." "Of course it helped," Daphne sent back. "That's rather the point." "We'll always be there," Fleur sent, and it was simple and certain in the way that things said through the bond were sometimes simpler and more certain than anything said aloud, because the bond didn't carry the hesitations of speech. Harry stood in the cold corridor of Hogwarts and looked at the stone walls and felt the castle's ancient attention settle around him like a hand on a shoulder, firm and certain and known. The warmth in his chest, 2 candle flames, one quick and one steady, burned constant. He wasn't done. He was never done, really. There were 6 more Horcruxes, one of them living in his scar. There was Voldemort, somewhere in the dark, looking for another body, reconstituting. There was the Ministry and its comfortable willful blindness, and the Death Eaters who had never stopped believing, and the Board of Governors with Lucius Malfoy on it, watching. There was a great deal to do. Harry rolled his sleeves down, pocketed his wand, and walked back to Gryffindor Tower to sleep the sound, uncomplicated sleep of someone who has done what needed doing and is already thinking about what comes next. Chapter 4, The Trial of the Triad. The summer before 3rd year, Harry went to France. It wasn't a complicated arrangement. He wrote to the Delacours in June explaining that he would like to visit, that he was capable of traveling independently, and that he intended to spend 6 weeks working through the Delacour family archives with Fleur and Apollon on the subject of ancient magic and Horcrux extraction. Monsieur Delacour, Sebastian, who Harry had exchanged letters with twice before and found to be a man of precise intelligence and considerable warmth, wrote back within 3 days, "The guest room is prepared. Apollon says you'll arrive on the 14th. We'll have dinner ready." He told the Dursleys he was going abroad for the summer with a school friend's family. Petunia looked at him the way she'd been looking at him for 2 years, the expression of a woman who has long since lost the thread of managing the situation and is simply waiting for it to resolve itself, and said, "Fine." Vernon made a noise. Harry looked at him with the calm, flat attention that he discovered 2 years ago had the quality of a very large amount of cold water delivered without warning, and Vernon's noise subsided. He packed one trunk, walked to a phone box, and vanished into the Fleur network via the leaky cauldron with the comfortable efficiency of someone who has been managing his own logistics since he was 9. The Delacour house was in the south of France, set into a hillside above a village that looked like it had been arranged specifically to be picturesque and had long since stopped trying. It was large without being grand, full of light, with the particular quality of a house that has been lived in by people who are genuinely comfortable in it, books left open on tables, windows standing wide, someone's abandoned knitting on a chair in the entry hall. It smelled like lavender and old wood and whatever Madame Delacour had been cooking since approximately dawn. Fleur met him at the garden gate. She was 13 and had grown in the way people grow when they've been training seriously, not taller exactly, though she was taller, but settled. More fully herself. The silver bright hair was loose, the storm blue eyes were warm, and she was watching him come up the path with the expression of someone who has known a person through letters and the bond for 3 years and is now recalibrating the actual physical reality of them. "You're different in person," she said. "You said that about my magic when we were 11, Harry said. "Both are true." She looked at him for a moment, comprehensive, not self-conscious about it. "The bond is clearer when you're here. Less like a signal from a distance." "Like a candle versus a lamp," Harry said. "Yes." She took his bag without asking and turned toward the house. "Grandmere is in the study. She has been in the study since 6 this morning because she found a text last night she is very excited about. Papa has made her eat breakfast twice already." "Twice?" She forgot the first time. Fleur paused at the door and looked back at him. "Harry." "Yes. I'm glad you came." She said it simply and directly, the way she said everything that mattered, without decoration, without qualification, just the thing itself. "So am I," he said, equally simply, and followed her inside. The 6 weeks were some of the best of his life. The work was genuine. Apollon's excitement about the text she'd found turned out to be entirely justified, because it contained a specific account of Vila's song used as a purification mechanism that matched exactly what Fleur had theorized in her Christmas letter. including a detailed methodology that neither of them had been able to find anywhere else. They spent the first 2 weeks reading it in its entirety, cross-referencing every claim, building a working model of the extraction process with the rigor of people who understood that getting it wrong had specific consequences. Daphne wrote daily. She was in Greengrass Manor running her own research thread, specifically on the ward structure the extraction would require, the Covenant ward at full expression, held stable for the duration of the process, something that required all three of them present and operating simultaneously. Her letters arrived each morning with the Greengrass family owl, pages of neat precise handwriting, annotated diagrams, occasional dry commentary on the state of Wizarding Society that made Harry and Fleur read the relevant sections aloud to each other over breakfast. "I have attended 4 Pureblood Society events this month," she wrote in the 3rd week. "They are exactly as tedious as you'd imagine and more politically interesting than you'd hope. Lucius Malfoy was at 2 of them. He asked after you, Harry, with the particular casualness of someone who is not casual. I told him you were traveling with friends. He smiled and said how nice for you. This was the smile that means something else entirely. I suggest we accelerate our timeline." "Noted," Harry wrote back. "How's the ward model?" "Nearly ready. I need one more thing. When the 3 of us are together, properly together, in person, I need approximately 4 hours of direct Covenant resonance practice before I'm confident the ward will hold stable long enough for the extraction. The 3 of us haven't been physically present simultaneously since we were 8. We're working on that," Harry wrote. He looked across the breakfast table at Fleur, who was reading Daphne's letter over his shoulder with the comfortable lack of ceremony of someone who has long since decided that personal space is a flexible concept among people who share a heartbeat. "She wants all 3 of us together before we attempt the extraction," Fleur said. "She's right. The full Covenant expression at distance is different from, I don't know what it will be in person. We should know before we try anything significant." Fleur nodded, already thinking. "The Triwizard Tournament," she said. Harry looked at her. "Beau's Batons will compete," she said. "Dumbledore wrote to my headmistress, Madame Maxime, about it last autumn. The plan is for it to happen in 2 years, 4th year, they are bringing it back after 50 years. All 3 schools. The champions are chosen by the Goblet of Fire." She met his eyes. "I intend to be chosen. Hogwarts and Durmstrang will also have champions." "Yes. And whoever else the Goblet decides to add." She looked at him steadily. "The tournament is at Hogwarts. If I am Beau's champion, I'm at Hogwarts for the year. Daphne is at Hogwarts. You are at Hogwarts." A pause. "The 3 of us together, for a full academic year, for the first time since we were 8. Harry looked at her for a long moment, processing the elegance of it, the timing, the multiple purposes it served simultaneously. Then he thought about the Goblet of Fire and what it was, specifically, a very old, very powerful magical artifact that bound its chosen champions through an unbreakable contract. He thought about the tournament and its history, which included a non-trivial fatality rate. He thought about what Daphne had said about Lucius Malfoy's particular casualness. "Someone will try to use the tournament," he said. "Someone will always try to use something," Fleur said, with the calm practicality of someone who has been taught by a Paul Delacour, who had been teaching her since birth that the world was full of people who tried things. "The question is whether we're the ones in position when they do." "Yes," Harry said. He felt the bond sharpen, Daphne in her distant study, somehow already tuned into this conversation at the frequency level even without the specific words, the particular quality of her attention that meant I'm following. "Continue." "Yes, that's exactly the question." Fleur became Beau's Batons champion on a Tuesday evening in October of Harry's 4th year, and he felt it happen from the Gryffindor table. Not because of anything dramatic, the Goblet of Fire stood at the front of the Great Hall, crackling with blue-white flame, and when it chose Fleur Delacour it threw the paper with her name in a long arc and the warmth in Harry's chest flared like someone had turned the lamp up. He was aware of it before McGonagall read the name. He sat very still and let the feeling move through him and was careful not to show anything on his face, which was harder than usual because what he felt in the bond in that moment was Fleur's emotion without Fleur's customary composure layered over it, pure, bright, fierce, the feeling of someone who has worked for something specific and arrived at it. Daphne, 3 tables away, was looking straight ahead. The small line of her jaw said she'd felt it too. Cedric Diggory was Hogwarts champion. Victor Crumb represented Durmstrang. And then the goblet went dark, and Dumbledore began the formal welcome, and the tournament was underway. Except that it wasn't, quite. Because 20 minutes later, when the evening should have been concluding, the goblet of fire flared again. Once. Hot and sudden, like a last word. A 4th piece of paper spiraled out. Dumbledore caught it. He read it. His expression, which Harry had spent 3 years learning to read precisely, did something that was either alarm or the controlled precursor to it, a tightening, very brief, before the composure reasserted. "Harry Potter," he said. The hall went the kind of quiet that has weight. Harry sat with his hands on the table, looking at Dumbledore's face across the length of the great hall, and thought, there it is. Not surprised. The feeling was the same one he'd had when Dumbledore's name appeared on the curriculum revision list, not shock, just the updating of a model to incorporate new information. Someone had put his name in the goblet. Someone had thought carefully about what that would force. He stood up because it was clearly expected, and because sitting while everyone stared was tactically inferior. He walked to the front of the hall in the silence, which was the particular silence of 500 people all deciding simultaneously how to feel about something. He passed the Hufflepuffs, who were bristling with the specific righteous anger of people who feel a wrong has been done to their person. He passed the Ravenclaws, who were mostly interested. He passed the Slytherin table and let his gaze find Daphne for exactly 2 seconds. She was looking at him with those grey-green eyes doing their most rapid cataloguing, and what she sent through the bond was not alarm but assessment. "I'm already thinking." "Keep walking." He kept walking. He took the paper from Dumbledore's hand. He looked at his own name written in unfamiliar handwriting and then looked at the headmaster. "I didn't enter myself," he said, for the room rather than for Dumbledore specifically, because the room deserved to hear it directly. "I know," Dumbledore said, quietly enough that it was for Harry rather than the room. "Come." The champion's side room contained Madame Maxime, Professor Karkaroff, Cedric Diggory, Victor Crumb, and Fleur Delacour. Fleur was standing beside Madame Maxime with her hands clasped and her expression composed in the particular way that meant the composure was deliberate. When Harry walked in she looked at him and the composure shifted into something else, still controlled, but warmer and more pointed. Karkaroff was the one who objected loudest and longest, with the particular enthusiasm of someone who had planned around a 3-champion structure and was now facing a renegotiation. Crouch Sr., who arrived shortly after, spoke in the flat authoritative tone of someone reading from a document they wrote themselves and are not entertaining questions about. Dumbledore listened to everyone and said very little, which was how Dumbledore operated when he was thinking rapidly and didn't want the thinking to be visible. Cedric looked at Harry with the uncomplicated decency of someone who dislikes unfairness on principle. "I believe you," he said, when there was a gap in the Karkaroff objections. "You didn't put your name in." "Thank you," Harry said. "I didn't." Victor Crumb said nothing. He looked at Harry with the evaluating expression of a professional competitor and then looked at Fleur with the same expression, which Fleur didn't acknowledge. Fleur said, when Crouch was explaining the unbreakable contract mechanic, "He is bound regardless of how his name entered." "Correct," Crouch said. "Then the discussion of whether it was proper is academic," Fleur said, with the blade-precise logic that Harry recognized as Fleur operating at full intelligence. "He competes. The question is how." Harry looked at her. She was looking at Crouch with an expression of firm, settled intention. Something in the bond, the quick warm flame, steady now, pointed, said, "I'm here. We're in position." "We're in position," Harry sent back. He was a tournament champion. Someone had arranged this, and it wasn't for his benefit. He thought about Lucius Malfoy's particular casualness. He thought about Daphne's note saying accelerate our timeline. He thought about the fact that the Triwizard Tournament had a non-trivial fatality rate and an unbreakable magical contract that would force him through every task regardless of what anyone wanted. He thought about all of this and felt the Convergence Core synthesize it rapidly and arrive at an answer. Someone wants him in this tournament because this tournament ends in death, specifically his death, because someone needs him dead before the Covenant reaches full expression. He decided, looking at the stone walls of the side room, that this was not going to go the way someone had planned. The first task was dragons. Harry knew this 3 days before it happened because Hagrid, who was genuinely incapable of guile and was also, Harry suspected, slightly managing a guilty conscience about the whole extra champion situation, took him to see the dragons in the forest one evening with the careful nonchalance of someone who was definitely not showing Harry the dragons deliberately. Harry stood at the edge of the trees and looked at 4 dragons in 4 enclosures and thought, Hungarian Horntail. That's the worst one. That's the one I'll get. He walked back from the forest and sent through the bond, first task is dragons. I'll get the Horntail. Daphne, broom. Fastest route to the egg without engaging the dragon directly. Fleur, I'll use a sleeping charm on mine. Partial work sufficiently, the eyes are the target. You can't use my approach because the bond will interfere with the charm if you try it through me and use it on something that large. Broom, Harry agreed. Can you be in the stands? Fleur, all champions are required to be in the waiting area until their turn. But yes, after my task, I'll be in the stands. Daphne will be there from the beginning. Keep the bond active, Harry said. Don't hold back. He spent the next 3 days not preparing a specific plan for the dragon, because the specific plan was already clear. He spent them instead working on something else, the summoning charm at a level beyond what he'd practiced, specifically the charm applied to an object at significant distance with precision targeting. He practiced in the Room of Requirement, which he'd found in second year and returned to regularly, and which had the quality of a space that understood what you needed without being told and was quietly delighted when someone actually used it properly. He was in the room the night before the first task when the door opened. Cedric Diggory stood in the doorway. He looked at the practice targets Harry had been using, and then at Harry, and then at the practice targets again. How did you know about this room? Found it in second year, Harry said. You? 6th year prefect retreat. We lost a first year in the East Corridor and somehow ended up here. Cedric looked at the targets. You're practicing summoning charms. Yes. For the task? Yes. Cedric was quiet for a moment. He had the quality, Harry had noticed this about him since September, of someone who has been told all his life that he's outstanding and has arrived at the unusual conclusion that this means he should be more humble rather than less. It made him refreshing to be around in the way that genuinely uncomplicated good people are refreshing. Someone told you about the dragons, he said. Yes. Can I ask who? Someone who didn't intend to tell me, Harry said. And who I'd rather not embarrass. Cedric processed this. Then, can I practice here too? It's the Room of Requirement, Harry said. It'll give you whatever you need. He paused. Use the transfiguration approach. You're excellent at it. Don't try to match my plan, your strengths are different. Cedric looked at him with the expression of someone recategorizing a person for the second or third time. You're trying to help me. We're both in this involuntarily, Harry said. Well, you're in it voluntarily, technically. But the intention was presumably that we'd all be thrown against each other. I find that less interesting than us both getting through it in one piece. What about Crumb and Fleur? Fleur already knows what she's doing, Harry said. Crumb, he considered. Tell him about the summoning charm. Not because he needs it, he doesn't, he's skilled enough to manage without, but because it might reduce the collateral damage, and Crumb seems like someone who'll appreciate the straightforward approach. Cedric looked at him for a long, measured moment. "You're an odd person, Harry." "I've been told," Harry said. "Are you staying to practice?" Cedric stayed. They practiced for 2 hours, Harry on summoning charms, Cedric on the transfiguration he was planning, in companionable parallel, occasionally exchanging observations on technique. Harry could feel Daphne in the background of the bond, not pressing, just present, the way she was when she approved of something without wanting to interrupt it. At the end of the session, Cedric said, "If I find out who put your name in the goblet, I'll tell you." "Thank you," Harry said. "Same." The first task crowd was enormous and loud in the specific way that crowds get when there's regulated danger involved, the excitement with its animal edge, the noise that rises 2 octaves whenever something moves fast. Harry sat in the champion's tent and felt the warmth in his chest burning steady, Daphne already in the stands and the bond carrying her as background certainty. When Fleur came back from her task, silver bright and composed, the dragon behind her thoroughly drowsed, she passed Harry in the tent entrance and they had 3 seconds. She looked at him. He looked at her. "He'll be angry," she said, meaning the dragon. "They always are when they're woken." "I'll be fast." "Be faster than fast." She touched his arm once, briefly, the contact warm and certain, the bond flaring with it. "Go." He went. The arena was designed to be theatrical, banks of seats, the enclosure walls, the nesting dragon at the center with the golden egg among her real ones. The horntail was everything its reputation suggested, enormous and black and carrying the focused ferocity of a creature that has been moved and caged and is now sitting over something it has decided to defend with every mechanism available to it. She tracked him the moment he appeared. Harry raised his wand. Accio Firebolt. He'd left his broom in the tent, which had seemed like an odd choice to anyone who'd thought about it from the outside. From the inside it was basic logistics. The summoning charm across distance worked best when the summoner was in position with clear intent before the object arrived. The broom came through the gap in the arena wall in 11 seconds, he'd timed it in practice, and he caught it at a full run and was in the air before the horntail finished tracking the direction of the incoming broom. He flew the way he always flew, which was to say, like thinking in a language that doesn't use words. The convergence core applied to flight produced something that wasn't showmanship but was relentlessly efficient. He was tracking the dragon's movement, the egg's position, the angle of approach, the wind direction, and the spatial relationship between all 3 simultaneously, and adjusting for all of them in the continuous rapid calculation that flying at speed required. He was also tracking the bond. Daphne in the stands, precision sharp, sending him the view from the stands that his position in the air couldn't give him, the angles he couldn't see, the dragon's tail movement from the ground-level perspective. It wasn't words. It was just information, flowing through the bond the way information had flowed between them for years, clean and fast and without the friction of language. He dove for the egg. The horntail swung her tail in an arc that would have connected if he'd been flying the line he'd started on, but he'd already adjusted for it 2 seconds before it happened because Daphne had felt the tail movement before it completed. He came under the arc, snatched the egg, and was back up and over the wall before the dragon had fully registered where he'd gone. The crowd made the sound that very large crowds make when something happened faster than they expected. Harry landed in the competitor's area. He held the gold egg under one arm. He was breathing hard, more from the focus of it than the physical exertion, and he felt Daphne's satisfaction from the stands like a clean bright note, and Fleur's relief warm and immediate, and somewhere in France, faintly, Apollin's approval filtering through Fleur's end of the bond. He had been in the air for 3 minutes and 40 seconds. His scores were the highest of the 4 champions by 8 points. Karkaroff gave him a 5, which everyone in the stands booed with the comprehensive righteousness of a crowd that has just seen something excellent and is not interested in political obstruction. Harry didn't particularly care about scores. He cared that the egg was in his hand and the horntail was unharmed, and Cedric was already climbing out of his own section of the arena with his miniature dog in a scratched arm but nothing worse. The next month was the Yule Ball, which was a social event in the technical sense and a political event in the actual one, and Harry spent approximately as much time preparing for it as it deserved, which was an evening finding dress robes and an hour thinking about who he was going to ask. He didn't have to think very long. He found Fleur in the library, which was where she spent most of her evenings when she wasn't in the Beauxbatons carriage. She looked up from her book when he sat down across from her and then looked back at her book with the expression she used when she was being deliberately composed about something she wasn't composed about. "Yes," she said. "I haven't asked yet." "You were going to ask me to the Yule Ball." "Yes," Harry said. "Will you?" She looked up from her book and the composure came off cleanly, the way it did when she decided there was no point in it. "Obviously," she said. "Good." He paused. "Daphne?" "I spoke to her yesterday," Fleur said. "She's going with Blaise Zabini, who is one of the few Slytherins she finds tolerable. She said it was a practical arrangement." A brief pause. "She also said, and I quote, 'Tell him to stop worrying about the ball and focus on the egg.' I haven't even told her I was thinking about the ball." "She knows you," Fleur said simply. The ball itself was the secondary event. The primary event was what happened 2 hours before it, when Harry was in the prefect's bathroom with the golden egg open and submerged, listening to the Mermish song underwater, and Daphne appeared in the doorway with an expression that meant she'd figured something out and hadn't stopped moving since. "Second task," she said, without preamble. "They take something you'll miss. Something valuable." "I know." He'd gotten there on his own, listening to the egg. "How did you work it out?" "I've been following the tournament's historical precedents for the last month," she said, which was Daphne, for obviously this is what I've been doing. "The second task historically involves hostages. The historical documentation describes it as something the champion sorely misses. They'll take a person." She looked at him directly. "Someone from each champion's life." Harry thought about this. Then, Fleur. "Almost certainly. She's your most visible connection. The one the tournament organizers could identify. The bond is ancient magic, it doesn't register on standard identification charms." She paused. "Or me, if they've done their research on our association." "Can they keep you from the bond?" Harry asked. "If they take you, hold you somewhere, can I still feel you?" "That's what I was testing," Daphne said, matter-of-factly. She sat down on the edge of the bath. "I've been practicing blocking my end of the bond selectively. Creating a deliberate reduction. Not full disconnection, I don't think that's possible, but a significant dampening." She met his eyes. "If they hold me somewhere I can't communicate freely, I can still send a directional signal through the bond. Like a compass rather than a voice." "Show me," Harry said. She showed him. For the next 40 minutes, in the prefect's bathroom while the evening went gold and the ball started below them in the Great Hall, they ran practice scenarios, Daphne reducing her bond presence to a minimum and Harry tracking the remaining signal, locating the direction of it, the distance, the quality of it. He was good at it by the third run and very good at it by the 8th. Daphne noted his improvement in the precise way she noted everything and said, "You'd have found me in under 4 minutes in the lake conditions." "The lake conditions," Harry said, "have a 1-hour time limit, restricted breathing, and whatever the mere people have in the way of active defenses." "Gillyweed," Daphne said. "From Neville Longbottom's greenhouse. He's been cultivating it as a personal project since the summer." He brought a sample. "I've spoken to him about it. He'll give you some if you ask." She paused. "Ask him honestly. He responds well to being treated as someone with genuine knowledge." Harry looked at her. "You've been doing this for a month." 6 weeks, she said. He looked at her for another moment, this specific, extraordinary person who had been 2 steps ahead of every problem for as long as he'd known her, who ran 6 weeks of preparation as a background process while doing everything else simultaneously, who catalogued his library and transcribed ancient texts by hand and now sat in a bathroom at a formal dance working out logistical problems because she considered it the natural use of the time. "Daphne," he said. "Yes. Thank you." She looked at him with those gray-green eyes, and something in them shifted, not the usual precise warmth, but something less contained. Something that had been sitting just behind the composure for a while, probably, and was now at the surface. She didn't say anything. She stood up and adjusted her dress robes and said, "We're missing the ball." "We are," Harry agreed. "Zabini will be wondering where I am." "Probably." She moved toward the door. Then stopped, turned, and looked at him with the deliberate quality of someone who has made a decision. "When this is over," she said. "When the tournament is done and the Horcruxes are dealt with and the war, when it comes, is finished." A pause. "We should have a conversation that isn't about any of those things." Harry held her gaze. "I'd like that," he said. She nodded, once, and left. He stood in the bathroom for a moment and felt the bond, both of them, Fleur already downstairs and Daphne heading there, and thought about a conversation that wasn't about any of those things, and was surprised to find it felt less like a promise deferred and more like something already decided. He went to the ball and danced with Fleur, who was luminous in pale blue and danced with the loose physical confidence of someone who has been trained in it and actually enjoys it. They didn't talk about the tournament or the Horcruxes or Voldemort. They talked about the south of France and the hillside house and the text from the 14th century, and at some point the talk stopped and they just danced and the warmth in his chest was comfortable and full and complete. Across the hall, Daphne was sitting with Zabini and 3 other Slytherins, talking with the composed intelligence that she brought to everything, and once she looked up and found Harry's eye and held it for a moment, and he felt what she sent through the bond, clear, simple, warm. Not words. Just presence. "I'm here." He sent it back. The second task came in February, and it went exactly as Daphne had planned, which was to say that Neville Longbottom produced the gillyweed with earnest helpfulness the moment Harry mentioned it, that the lake was exactly as cold and dim and merpeople populated as the historical records had suggested, and that Fleur, who had been taken from the Beauxbatons carriage in the night and was currently sitting at the bottom of the lake in an enchanted sleep with her hands in her lap, was exactly where Daphne's directional signal led him, because Daphne was 6 feet away from Fleur with the same enchanted rope around her wrist. Both of them, as it happened. The tournament had taken the 2 most obvious connections to Harry Potter and put them in the lake simultaneously, which was either incompetent planning or a message. Harry untied Fleur first. She was heavier than expected unconscious, which was a practical problem, and he was working on it when Victor Crumb arrived for his own hostage, one of the Weasley twins' Gryffindor friends, as it turned out, and looked at Harry working to free both Fleur and Daphne and then silently began to help. The 2 of them got all 4 hostages moving toward the surface in focused parallel, Crumb working without comment or drama, which was the most efficient way to work and Harry appreciated it. When Fleur surfaced and the enchantment lifted and she coughed lake water and looked at him with the particular expression of someone waking up from imposed sleep in cold water, she said, "You came for both of us." "Obviously," Harry said. She made a sound that was either a laugh or the precursor to one and grabbed his arm to keep herself above water, and from the platform beside the lake Daphne was already standing and looking at them with an expression that had moved very briefly through fierce relief before composure reasserted, and Harry thought, "This is what the Covenant looks like. This is what it feels like. Not the theory. The actual thing." His scores for the second task were highest again. He'd gotten both hostages and finished inside the limit. Karkaroff gave him a 6 this time, possibly because the crowd's response to his 5 in the first task had been informative. The third task was the maze. 2 weeks before it, Harry sat in Dumbledore's office and said, "Someone has been tampering with the tournament from the beginning. The same someone who put my name in the goblet." Dumbledore was looking at him with the particular attention of someone who has arrived at the same conclusion by a different route and is now comparing notes. "What leads you to that conclusion?" "The tasks have been progressively modified from their historical versions," Harry said. The dragon task historically didn't include the horntail, it was added. The second task had double hostages, which is not standard. The maze, he paused. Whoever is arranging this is trying to get me to the center of the maze. The maze is the delivery mechanism. The goal is whatever's at the center. The Triwizard Cup, Dumbledore said. A Triwizard Cup, Harry said. One that's been tampered with. The silence in the room was the particular kind that precedes a large truth being confirmed. Dumbledore's hands pressed together, the fingers touching with the brief specific tension Harry had learned to read as the headmaster making a decision about what to share. A portkey, Dumbledore said quietly. Taking me where? I believe, Dumbledore said, and his voice had the weight of a man saying something he has been dreading, to a graveyard. To a ritual. Voldemort has been waiting for the right vessel, the right moment, the right magical connection. Your blood, the blood of a Convergence King, would complete his restoration more comprehensively than any other. A pause. I've known about this possibility for several months and I've been working to prevent it. I don't believe my preventative measures are sufficient. Why didn't you tell me? Because I was going to. Dumbledore looked at him steadily. I was going to tell you this week. I was managing my own reluctance. To tell me something frightening? To tell you something that would ask you to be brave in a way that might cost you everything, Dumbledore said, and the words landed without performance, simply and heavily. I've been making that mistake since you were 1 year old and it hasn't improved in quality. Harry looked at him for a moment. Then he said, I'm not going to the graveyard alone. Dumbledore looked at him. The portkey is designed for one, I know what it's designed for. That's not what I said. Harry held the headmaster's gaze. I have 2 bonded partners who are both in this castle right now and both of whom have been preparing for something like this for 3 years. When all 3 of us touch the cup, the Covenant ward activates at full expression, not background, not partial. Full. The Covenant at full expression is, I know what it is, Dumbledore said quietly. I've read the theory. Then you know what Voldemort will be walking into if he restores his body and tries to use my blood in the presence of an active Triad Covenant at full expression. Harry paused. He won't survive it. Not because we'll be trying to kill him. Because the ward is specifically hostile to the kind of dark magic he'll be channeling during a ritual of that nature. Dumbledore was very still. He needs to be gone, Harry said. Completely. Not driven off, not weakened, not scattered back to Albania for another decade. The Horcruxes are being dealt with, we're on 4 of the 7, including the diary which was destroyed last year and the ring which you've already located. If Voldemort restores his body at a moment when the full Covenant is active and his remaining Horcruxes are compromised, he cannot retreat to them, Dumbledore said slowly. The fragment in my scar is the last one, Harry said. Fleur's extraction method, we've been preparing it for 2 years. We do it before the maze. We go into the maze with me clean. No fragment, no anchor, no retreat. And when we touch the cup together, the portkey takes all 3 of you, Dumbledore said. He was working through it now, Harry could see it, the blue eyes moving through the implications. And the Covenant activates in the graveyard. And whatever Voldemort has arranged meets a complete triad in full expression, Harry said. Which is something he's never encountered and isn't prepared for. A very long silence. You're asking me, Dumbledore said, to let 3 children walk into a graveyard confrontation with the most dangerous dark wizard in a century. I'm informing you, Harry said, quietly but precisely, that 3 fully prepared members of an active Triad Covenant are going to do exactly that, and I'd prefer to do it with your support and preparation rather than around it. Fawkes sang. The sound filled the room with the particular quality of Phoenix song, not comfort, but clarity. The feeling of a fog lifting. Dumbledore looked at his Phoenix. He looked at the ceiling. He looked at Harry with the expression that had been developing over 3 years of Thursday evenings and honest conversations and the gradual, sometimes painful recalibration of one man's ideas about what this particular young person was capable of. "Thursday evening," he said finally. "Bring them both. We plan together." Harry stood. "Thank you." "Don't thank me yet," Dumbledore said. "Thank me after." He looked at Harry with those ancient eyes. "And Harry, the extraction. Before the maze. I want Madame Pomfrey present." "Fair enough," Harry said. The extraction happened on a Thursday, in the room of requirement, which had arranged itself as a circular space with smooth stone walls and a steady, warm light that seemed to come from the air itself. Madame Pomfrey stood to one side with her bag and her professional composure. Dumbledore stood at the opposite side of the room, present as a precaution and, Harry thought, because he'd have found it very difficult not to be there. The three of them stood in the center. This was the first time all three of them had been physically present simultaneously since a tea shop doorway in Diagon Alley when they were 8 years old. Harry stood between Fleur and Daphne and felt the bond respond to the proximity like an instrument tuning itself, the slight corrections and adjustments of three people who had known each other for years through letters and distance and the abstract medium of shared feeling, now suddenly collapsed to the concrete reality of three people in a room together. They had all grown. They were 14. Fleur was precise and luminous and carrying the particular quality of someone who has been working toward this specific moment. Daphne was composed and focused and her gray-green eyes had the quality of calculation completed, she'd run the numbers, she knew the plan, she was ready. Harry looked at both of them and felt the convergence core respond to their proximity with a warmth that was different from the distance warmth, fuller, three-dimensional, the difference between hearing music through a wall and standing in the room with it. "Ready?" Harry asked. "Since September," Daphne said, which was accurate and slightly infuriating and exactly what she would say. "Ready," Fleur said, and her voice had the quality of someone who means the word in its fullest sense. They took each other's hands. Both of them, simultaneously, the way it had happened in the tea shop doorway, and the world did the White Room thing again. Not the small flash of their original binding. This was larger, steadier, the sustained light of something that had been building for 6 years and was now being used at full power for the first time. Fleur began to sing. It wasn't a song in any language Harry could identify. It was older than language, the kind of sound that human voices make when they're being used as magical instruments rather than communication tools. It was warm and bright and carried through the bond directly, the sound becoming structural inside his chest, resonating against the Covenant ward the way a bell resonates with a frequency it was built for. Daphne's part was the hold. She maintained the ward at its full expression, the complete Covenant structure, three-sided and stable, with the precise focused effort of someone doing something very difficult and refusing to make it look that way. Harry felt her through the bond, the steady deliberate heartbeat elevated with effort, the gray-green eyes fixed and open and burning with the particular quality of Daphne at full capacity. Harry held himself open. That was the instruction, Apollin's instruction, Fleur's instruction, 6 weeks in the south of France arrived at, and it meant exactly what it sounded like. He dropped every instinct toward defense and control and let the bond carry the song directly to the place in his scar where the soul fragment sat in its ward-contained isolation. He felt it when the song found it. A cold point at his forehead, always there, always background, now suddenly front and central. The soul fragment responded to the Vila song the way darkness responds to light, not by fighting it, but by simply being what it was and being insufficient. The ward held it isolated and the song surrounded the isolation and did something that Harry couldn't describe in terms of magic or metaphysics but could describe in terms of sensation. It was like a splinter being drawn from a wound. Precise and uncomfortable and then, suddenly, complete. The cold point in his scar went out. Not gradually. All at once. Like a light being switched off. The scar tingled, a wave of warmth replacing the cold, the Covenant ward rushing in to fill the space the fragment had occupied, and then the tingling faded and Harry stood in the room of requirement and pressed 2 fingers to his scar and felt nothing unusual at all. Silence. Fleur's song stopped. Her hands were shaking slightly. The effort of it, sustained and precise for 8 minutes, had cost something. Harry caught her hands before she could lower them, steadying them. She looked at him with bright eyes, tired and certain. "Gone?" she asked. He pressed his fingers to the scar again. "Gone," he said. Daphne released the ward with the careful exhale of someone setting down something very heavy. She said nothing for a moment. Then, the fragment? Madame Pomfrey, from the side of the room, held up a small glass container. Inside it something dark moved once and then was still, not gone, but contained, isolated from any host. "Stable," the healer said, with the professional steadiness of someone who has seen a great many extraordinary things and is choosing to treat this as the medical procedure it technically was. "I'll consult with the headmaster about disposal." Dumbledore was looking at the three of them with an expression that Harry had never seen on him before. It wasn't the warm calculated attention or the careful managed love. It was simpler than that. It was wonder, unguarded and genuine, the expression of a man who has known theoretically that something was real and has now seen it with his own eyes and found that the theory was insufficient. "Remarkable," he said quietly. "Not performing it. Just saying it." Harry looked at Fleur and Daphne, both of them still catching their breath, both of them steady, both of them exactly who they'd been in Diagon Alley when they were 8 years old and 3 times more fully themselves, and felt the convergence core settle around all three of them like something coming to rest in its proper configuration. "Thursday," Harry said, to Dumbledore. "We plan the maze." "Thursday," Dumbledore agreed. 3 weeks later, on the night of the third task, Harry and Fleur and Daphne stood at the entrance to the maze. The crowd was enormous and loud and expectant. Cedric was somewhere to his left. Krum was to the right. The three of them stood together at the center entrance, Fleur as Beauxbatons champion, Harry as Hogwarts champion, Daphne having achieved a position at the entrance through a combination of Fleur's champion status and a formal Covenant witness claim that Dumbledore had authenticated through channels that had apparently made several ministry officials quite uncomfortable. The bond between the three of them was open, fully open, no distance dampening, no background hum. 3 people standing next to each other with everything available. It was the loudest Harry had ever felt it and also the most natural, like breathing in a room with enough air for the first time. Dumbledore fired the cannon that started the task. Cedric and Krum went left and right. Harry, Fleur, and Daphne walked forward into the maze together and the hedges closed behind them. "Ready?" Harry asked, for the second time this month. "Stop asking that," Daphne said. Fleur took Harry's free hand. He gave his other to Daphne, who looked at it for half a second and then took it with the deliberate quality of someone making a choice they've considered carefully and are not uncertain about. The convergence core ignited. Not gradually. The way it did in the room of requirement, all at once, full expression, the chord rather than the individual notes. The maze felt it. The enchanted hedges rustled in a wind that wasn't weather. The ambient magic of the tournament enchantments shifted around them, recognizing something older and larger than itself. "Forward," Harry said. They went. Chapter 5, The War Before the War. The graveyard was in Little Hangleton, and it was exactly as cold and wrong as a graveyard in Little Hangleton at midnight should be. The port key, the Triwizard Cup, which had been warm and gold in the maze and was now a handle in Harry's hand that wanted to be dropped, deposited all 3 of them in the long grass between the headstones with the particular graceless brutality of port key travel, and Harry was on his feet before Fleur had fully stood, turning, reading the space with every sense he had. Old church. Long grass. Yew trees along the eastern boundary, dark and enormous. A hill with a dark house on it, windows dead. And at the center of the graveyard, a large stone cauldron, steaming in the cold air, with a fire under it that burned not orange but deep blue, the specific color of serious dark magic being worked with precision. Peter Pettigrew was standing beside the cauldron, breathing hard through a series of emotions that his face couldn't quite contain simultaneously. He was holding a bundle of robes, bundle was the accurate description, because whatever was in the robes was small, too small, the shape of something that had not yet rebuilt itself fully, and he was looking at the three of them with an expression that was supposed to be triumph and was actually approximately 40% terror. "I only expected one," Pettigrew said. "I know," Harry said. The bundle in Pettigrew's arms moved. The voice that came from it was thin and cold and had the quality of something stripped down to its essential nature, no warmth, no pretense, just will and fury. It said, "It doesn't matter. Kill the other two." "Don't," Harry said, to Pettigrew specifically, because Pettigrew was the one who could be reached and who would have to make the next choice. "Peter. You know what we are. You were my father's friend, which means you were around magic long enough to know what you're looking at. Don't make this worse than it has to be." Pettigrew's face did something complicated and miserable. He had the quality of a man who made a catastrophic choice a decade ago and has been paying interest on it ever since, and who recognizes in this moment that he is about to pay a very large installment. "I have no choice," he said. And there was genuine truth in it, which made it both sadder and more dangerous. "Everyone has a choice," Daphne said, from Harry's right. Her voice was level and precise. "The quality of the available options varies. That's different from having no choice." Pettigrew looked at her with something that might, in a different life, have been respect. Then he raised his wand. Fleur moved first. She didn't cast a spell. She sang, not the full extraction song, not the sustained purification working, but something shorter and sharper, the way a blade is shorter and sharper than a building and is designed for a different purpose. The Vila battle song was something Apollon had taught her in the summer after the maze was announced, describing it in the matter-of-fact tone of someone presenting a tool that exists and should therefore be understood. It disrupted dark magic at its point of casting, introducing a harmonic interference that caused spells to lose cohesion before they fully formed. It was not gentle and it was not subtle and it was extremely old. Pettigrew's killing curse, and it was the green light already gathering at his wand tip, dissolved. Not deflected. Dissolved. Came apart like smoke in a strong wind, the component magic dispersing before the intention could complete it. He stared at his wand with the expression of a man who has just discovered that his gun has become a flashlight. Harry stepped toward him. "Bind," he said, and the spell that left his wand was not a standard incarcerus, it was ward thread, the binding technique from the Covenant theory texts, which attached to a magical signature specifically and held it with the grip of something far more ancient than ministry standard restraint charms. Pettigrew sat down in the long grass with the abrupt surprise of a person who has had their legs removed from the decision-making process. Daphne walked past Harry toward the cauldron. She looked at the bundle of robes with the analytical expression she brought to problems that required immediate precise assessment. "He's not complete," she said. "The ritual needs blood to work. Your blood specifically." "I know," Harry said. "If we prevent the ritual, he remains in that state. Incomplete. Dependent." She looked at the steaming cauldron. "Or we can end this now." "How?" Fleur asked. She was watching the bundle, her expression hard with the particular hardness of someone looking at the thing that killed people she loved. "The cauldron," Daphne said. "It's already prepared. The ritual is designed to use your blood to restore him. But the cauldron is a vessel, it channels whatever goes into it. If instead of blood we give it the full covenant ward at full expression, directed inward," she looked at Harry. Harry understood immediately. He worked it through in the 2 seconds it took to complete understanding. The cauldron was prepared to channel dark magic into a restoration. It was, in the technical sense, an open vessel for magical intent. If the intent that went into it was not restorative but purifying, the same principle as the Horcrux extraction, but applied to the whole rather than a fragment, and if the power behind it was sufficient, he has no Horcrux anchors left, Harry said. "We destroyed 4 before tonight. Dumbledore took the others, the locket, the cup, the diadem, we went through them in the last 3 months, he has no anchors," Daphne confirmed. We verified. This is the last container and it's incomplete. If we push the full Covenant expression through the cauldron and into that, Harry looked at the bundle in the grass where Pettigrew had dropped it when the binding caught him. There is nothing for it to retreat to. No, Fleur said simply. Agreement and acknowledgement simultaneously. Harry looked at the bundle of robes. He made himself look at it directly, made himself see what was there rather than looking away from the wrongness of it, which was considerable. The soul that had killed his parents was in that bundle, reduced to this. Whatever Voldemort had once been, brilliant, ambitious, catastrophically wrong about everything that mattered, was in the thing that was left when you stripped away all the humanity a person was born with and traded it for power. He didn't feel triumphant. He didn't feel afraid. He felt, clearly and simply, that this needed to be done. Together, he said. They joined hands. The Covenant snapped into full expression the way it had in the maze, the cord, the complete three-part structure, and Harry directed it at the cauldron with the clean deliberate intent of someone who has made a decision and is done deliberating. The warmth from his chest went outward in all directions simultaneously, through Fleur's hand and Daphne's, through the bond, through the convergence core that was built for exactly this kind of synthesis, taking every type of power and integrating them into something that moved directly, past the framework of individual spells, to the thing underneath. The cauldron took it. The fire under it went from blue to white to something that wasn't a color, the same not color as the binding moment in the tea shop doorway, the same white room quality of something being recognized and resolved. The steam above the cauldron rose and then the steam was also white and then the white expanded outward in a wave that moved through the graveyard and through the grass and through Harry and Fleur and Daphne without resistance, because the Covenant ward recognized its own expression and let it pass. The bundle of robes was still. Not the stillness of sleep or of pause. The stillness of completion. Of something that had been unfinished and was finished now, not destroyed, exactly, because you could not destroy a human soul, however diminished, but resolved. Concluded. Sent to wherever things go when they are finally, genuinely done. The fire under the cauldron went out. Harry let go of the Covenant expression, let it recede, gently, the way you recede from full concentration, the way a fist unclenches, and stood in the cold graveyard with Fleur's hand in one of his and Daphne's in the other and breathed the cold little Hangleton air and listened to the silence. Pettigrew was in the grass 15 feet away, bound and staring at them with the expression of a man who has just watched something happen that he doesn't have a category for. The cauldron was cooling. The yew trees were dark along the boundary. The house on the hill had its dead windows. That's it? Fleur asked, not in disbelief, in the genuine question of someone wanting to confirm the assessment. That's it, Daphne said. Harry pressed his fingers to his scar. Nothing. The scar had been clean since the room of requirement extraction, but he'd been checking it anyway, the reflex of years. It was still clean. The graveyard had no answer for his scar because the thing that had put it there was resolved. He looked at Pettigrew. I'm going to contact the Aurors, he said. You'll be tried properly. That's all I can offer you. Pettigrew looked at him with the miserable expression of a man receiving a mercy he knows he hasn't earned. Hill, his followers, Harry said, no longer have a lord. He kept his voice level. Whatever comes from that, an Auror holding cell is still safer than the alternative. Cooperate with the trial. Tell them everything you know. That's the only path that doesn't end badly. Pettigrew closed his eyes. Opened them. Nodded, very slightly. Harry produced his wand and sent a Patronus, a stag, bright and certain, which moved through the graveyard with the comfortable confidence of something that knew exactly where it was going, carrying a message to Dumbledore. Then he sat down in the grass beside the cooling cauldron and waited. Fleur sat beside him. Daphne sat on his other side. None of them said anything for a while. The graveyard settled into its natural nighttime quiet, insects, a distant owl, the wind in the yew trees. How do you feel? Fleur asked eventually. Harry thought about it honestly. Finished, he said. Not relieved, exactly. Just finished. Like the last page of a very long book. The next book begins immediately, Daphne said. She was leaning back on her hands looking at the sky with the expression of someone who is allowing themselves a moment but is already thinking about what comes after the moment. The Death Eaters are still operational. The Ministry is still in denial. The political landscape doesn't reset because the Dark Lord is gone. A pause. It probably gets more complicated, actually. Power vacuums are messy. Not tonight, Daphne, Fleur said. Not tonight, Daphne agreed. But tomorrow. Harry lay back in the grass and looked at the sky. It was clear and cold and full of stars. He felt the bond between the three of them, settled, complete, the fullest expression of it resting now in its natural state, steady and warm and entirely itself. No threat to respond to. No distance to bridge. Just the three of them, in a graveyard that smelled of cold grass and old stone, having done the thing that needed doing. Good, he said, to both of them. To the sky. To no one specifically. Both of them felt it through the bond and sent it back. Dumbledore arrived 20 minutes later with 6 Aurors, a healer, and the specific expression of a man who received a Patronus message in his office saying it's done and has been working through the implications every step of the way here. He looked at the still cauldron. He looked at Pettigrew in the grass. He looked at the three of them sitting by the cauldron wall and said, very quietly, all three of you are intact. We planned carefully, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at the spot where the bundle of robes had been, empty now, the grass undisturbed as though nothing had been there. He's gone. He's gone, Harry said. The headmaster stood in the graveyard for a long moment. The Aurors were working, Pettigrew, the cauldron, the perimeter, with the professional briskness of people who deal with crime scenes and are managing their reactions about the rest of it. Dumbledore stood still in the middle of all of it and Harry watched him process something large. I owe you an apology, Dumbledore said finally, to all three of them. Not just the ones I've offered before. A comprehensive one, which I'll make properly and at length when we're not in a graveyard. We can add it to Thursday evenings, Harry said. Something moved through Dumbledore's expression, that same thing that had moved through it in the room with the mirror of Eriste, the complicated compound that included love and grief and the recognition of having been wrong. Yes, he said. Thursday evenings. He looked at Fleur and Daphne with the full attentive weight of his regard, not managing them, not assessing them as variables, but seeing them. Miss Delacour, he said. Miss Greengrass. Thank you. Fleur inclined her head, regal and warm. Daphne looked at him with those gray-green eyes and said, see that the Ministry gets accurate information about what happened here. Pettigrew will confess voluntarily but the scene should be documented before anyone decides to have opinions about the evidence. Dumbledore blinked. Then, yes. I'll see to it. Thank you, Daphne said, and stood up and brushed grass off her school robes with the composed practicality of someone who is done with this particular graveyard. The portkey home was a boot, standard Ministry issue, undignified, and it deposited them back on the Hogwarts grounds near the maze entrance, where the crowd was still largely present, confused by the extended absence of 3 champions and one very patient Cedric Diggory who had finished the maze 20 minutes ago and was sitting on a bench near the entrance eating someone's abandoned bag of crisps and reading a Hufflepuff Quidditch manual. He looked up when they appeared. He looked at the three of them with the comprehensive assessment of someone who has been waiting with varying levels of concern and is now reading the situation from their faces. His eyes found Harry's. Did it go? Cedric asked. It went, Harry said. Cedric nodded slowly. Are you all right? Harry thought about the question, considered the honest answer, which was that all right was a strange term for the state of having concluded a years-long chain of events with a resolution in a cold graveyard, but that strange wasn't the same as wrong. Yes, he said. We're all right. Good, Cedric said simply, and offered the crisps. The days that followed were the complicated aftermath of a large event, the ministry arriving in force, Pettigrew in custody, preliminary interviews conducted with the particular bureaucratic thoroughness of an institution that had been caught significantly off guard and was now compensating with paperwork. Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic, visited Hogwarts personally, which Harry had anticipated and Daphne had planned for. Fudge was a man Harry had assessed from a considerable distance, through Daphne's dispatches and his own reading, and arrived at a nuanced conclusion, not stupid, not malicious, deeply political in the way that produces a specific kind of cowardice. The cowardice of someone who understands what's happening but cannot afford to admit it because the political cost of admission would be higher than the political cost of comfortable denial. He was sitting across from Harry in McGonagall's office. McGonagall was present and so was Dumbledore, both of them playing specific roles in what Harry had suggested they treat as a structured conversation rather than an interrogation, and he had the look of a man who had been expecting a traumatized 14-year-old and was doing rapid recalibration. "You understand," Fudge said, with the careful tone of someone managing the room, "that the formal position of the ministry is that you know who was defeated permanently in 1981 and that last night's events represent an isolated incident by a follower acting without direction. With respect, Minister," Harry said, "I watched him attempt a body restoration ritual in Little Hangleton Graveyard last night. The evidence at the scene, which has been documented by your own Aurors, confirms a complex dark magic ritual designed specifically for corporeal restoration of a previously disembodied magical entity." He kept his voice entirely pleasant. "That's not an isolated incident. It's a 10-year plan interrupted at the final stage." Fudge's jaw did something. "You're 14 years old." "I am. I'm also the person who was in the graveyard, which gives me slightly more direct information on the subject than anyone else in this room." A pause, still pleasant. "Minister, I'm not trying to make your position difficult. I'm trying to give you accurate information so that the ministry can make informed decisions about what resources and measures are appropriate going forward." He held the man's gaze. "Pettigrew will confess to everything in his trial. The evidence documentation will corroborate it. The question is whether the ministry gets ahead of this story now, when they have the opportunity to present it accurately, or whether it comes out through other channels in a way that makes the institution look like it chose comfort over safety." Fudge stared at him. McGonagall, in the corner, was looking at the wall with the expression of someone who is not allowing themselves any expression and is working hard at it. "That's," Fudge started. "An observation," Harry said helpfully. A silence. Then Fudge put down his quill and looked at Harry with the first honest expression he'd deployed in the conversation. "What exactly do you want, Mr. Potter?" "I want the ministry to acknowledge what happened and commit appropriate resources to investigating Death Eater networks that never properly dissolved after 1981, Harry said. "That's all. No grand demands. Just do the actual job." Fudge considered this for a long moment. Then he made a sound that was somewhere between a sigh and a laugh and said, "You're quite unlike what I expected." "I've been told," Harry said. Fudge left the meeting with a look of someone who needs to revise several documents immediately. McGonagall waited until the door closed, then looked at Harry with those sharp eyes and said nothing for a moment. Then, "Well done. Thank you, Professor. Don't make a habit of making ministers uncomfortable. It's useful on occasion and counterproductive as a policy." She paused. "Also, well done." She left. Dumbledore remained. He looked at Harry across the office and said, "You didn't mention the Covenant to him." "No reason to," Harry said. "The Covenant is mine and Fleur's and Daphne's. The ministry doesn't need to know its mechanics to do what I'm asking them to do." "Some people will want to know," Dumbledore said. "When the news spreads, and it will spread, whatever Fudge decides, people will ask how 3 students managed to achieve what they achieved." "Then they can ask," Harry said. "I'll answer what I choose to answer." Dumbledore looked at him for a moment. "You know that some people will try to use what you are. The Covenant, the power of it, there are people for whom that represents a resource. I know, Harry said. They're welcome to try. He said it without aggression, without bravado. Just fact. I spent 6 years preparing for someone who wanted to kill me. People who want to use me are considerably less of a problem. Dumbledore picked up the pensieve from the shelf beside his desk and looked at it for a moment. I've been thinking about what you said. That I make decisions for you. That I manage what you know and when you know it. He set the pensieve down. I'm going to attempt to stop doing that. I don't promise I'll succeed, it's a deeply ingrained habit. But I want you to know I'm making the attempt. I know, Harry said. I appreciate it. And I want to tell you, your parents would be very. He stopped. Started again. James would have been beside himself. In the best possible sense. He was never very good at sitting still either. A pause, something private moving through the lined face. Lily would have asked you very hard questions and then been quietly certain you'd arrived at the right answers. Which is almost exactly what she used to do to me. Harry looked at him, this complicated man, brilliant and sometimes wrong and genuinely loving in the specific way of people who love large and manage imperfectly, and felt something settle. Not forgiveness exactly, because there wasn't a specific wound to forgive. More like acceptance. The complete, realistic picture of someone in full, edges and all, and the decision that the full picture was worth more than a comfortable partial one. Thursday evenings, Harry said. I'll be there. Thursday evenings, Dumbledore confirmed. The summer that followed the tournament was the loudest of Harry's life and also, paradoxically, the most settled. The Prophet ran the story in 3 consecutive editions: Pettigrew's arrest, the graveyard incident, the preliminary trial that confirmed everything Harry had told Fudge in McGonagall's office. Fudge, to his credit, had made the decision to get ahead of it, and had made it in a way that was politically calculated but factually accurate, which was the best intersection available. The Death Eater question was harder. Harry had known it would be. The names, and there were names, Daphne had been compiling them since second year, cross-referencing ministry employment records with old court transcripts and the family connection charts that every pure-blood house maintained as a matter of course, were not theoretical. They were people. People with positions and resources and the very specific defensiveness of those who have been comfortable for a long time and are now feeling the ground shift under them. He spent a week in Daphne's family library in early August. Cygnus Greengrass, who had arrived at his understanding of the situation with the same quiet pragmatism he brought to everything, made the library available without being asked and had a brief conversation with Harry on the second day that consisted of approximately 30 sentences and covered more ground than most hour-long conversations. The Board of Governors meeting is in September, Cygnus said, over lunch. Lucius Malfoy is proposing a curriculum review. Specifically targeting several recent additions to the Defense Against the Dark Arts syllabus and, a slight pause, precise and deliberate, the proposed reinstatement of ancient magic theory courses. Ancient magic theory was removed in 1945, Harry said. Dumbledore was a co-signatory on the removal authorization. He was. Cygnus looked at his plate. He has recently, I understand, reconsidered that position. He has, Harry said. Lucius Malfoy has not. Cygnus looked up. The curriculum review proposal is not about curriculum. It's about the board reasserting a particular vision of what Hogwarts should produce. Students who are powerful but directed. Not students who understand the full scope of their inheritance. He looked at Harry steadily. Malfoy is not the only one on the board who holds this position. He is simply the most organized. How many votes does he have? Harry asked. Currently? A majority. By September? Cygnus paused. That depends on several conversations that have not yet happened. Harry looked at him. You're telling me this because you want to have some of those conversations. I'm telling you this, Cygnus said carefully, because you are bonded to my daughter, and my daughter is the most important person in my life, and I have never once seen her trust anyone or anything the way she trusts you and Fleur Delacour." He set down his fork. "I'm not naive about what the covenant means politically. I'm not naive about what you are. I'm asking you to consider that the Board of Governors is a problem that can be solved now rather than later, and that solving it now prevents several worse problems in the following years." "Who are the movable votes?" Harry asked. Cygnus produced a list. Harry spent the next 3 days reading it, cross-referencing it with everything he and Daphne had built over 6 years, and developing a set of approaches for each name on the list. He showed it to Daphne the 4th day, sitting across from her in the library in the afternoon light, and she read through it with the rapid precise attention of someone who has been thinking about the same problem from a slightly different angle. "Zabini's mother," she said immediately. "You flagged her as uncertain, but she's actually movable. She voted with Malfoy last year because it was expedient and she hadn't been given a better option." "Give her a better option." "What kind of option?" "She's interested in the Beauxbatons exchange program. Has been for years. Her son attended Hogwarts, but she's always thought the Beauxbatons curriculum superior for certain specialties." Daphne looked up. "If the reinstatement of ancient magic theory comes packaged with a formal cross-school exchange component, then it's not a fight about curriculum," Harry said. "It's an opportunity." "Exactly." She looked back at the list. "Greengrass votes with us, obviously. Bones will vote on the evidence, she always does, which means presenting her with the actual historical documentation for the removal, which she's never seen." "She'll be angry," Harry said. "She'll be correctly angry," Daphne said. "Which is useful." They worked for 2 hours, Harry and Daphne, across the library table, building the approach the same way they'd built everything for 6 years, with the shared rhythm of two people who think differently enough to cover each other's blind spots and similarly enough to build something coherent. It was specific and satisfying work. The kind that felt like the bones of something. Fleur arrived on the 12th of August. She came from France with one trunk and an expression of serene determination, having told Madame Maxime that she would be in England for the rest of the summer on personal business related to her Triwizard participation, which was accurate enough to be true and incomplete enough to prevent questions. Sebastian Delacour had waved her off from the garden gate with the expression of a man who understood that his daughter was doing important things and that his role was to facilitate rather than manage. She arrived at Greengrass Manor in the late afternoon and found Harry and Daphne in the library, deep in the Board of Governors strategy, and looked at the papers spread between them and said, "I see you started without me." "We saved you the Zabini section," Daphne said. "How generous." Fleur dropped her bag by the door. She'd clearly come straight from the flu, had her traveling coat still on, and sat down at the table and pulled the Zabini notes toward her and began to read. "His mother is interested in exchange programs." "We know," Harry said. "I know the Beauxbatons attaché who handles cross-school arrangements," Fleur said. "She owes my grandmother a significant professional courtesy. I can make the proposal formally through Beauxbatons channels, which gives it institutional weight rather than it looking like a 14-year-old proposing a curriculum change," Daphne said. "I was going to say rather than it looking informal," Fleur said, with the precise dignity of someone who is not going to confirm the less flattering version. "But yes." Harry looked across the table at both of them, Fleur reading the notes with her traveling coat still on, Daphne annotating the list in her exact handwriting, the afternoon light coming through the library windows, the smell of old books and the particular warmth of a room where good work was happening, and felt the bond in its simplest expression, warm, complete, the three of them in the same physical space working on the same problem. He hadn't said what needed saying yet. He'd been aware of it since the room of requirement, since the maze, since the graveyard, since 100 smaller moments across 6 years of letters and shared heartbeats and the accumulated intimacy of people who have known each other at the deepest level available before they'd known each other long enough to use each other's first names without thinking about it. He was going to say it. Just not in the middle of Board of Governors strategy. "The September board meeting," he said. "I want to attend." Both of them looked at him. Formally, he said. Withstanding. Dumbledore can arrange it, a student representative position, precedent, there have been student voices at board meetings in the past. I looked it up. He looked at the list. Malfoy is organized. We need to be more organized. And I want him to see me in the room. He won't like it, Daphne said. No, Harry agreed. That's rather the point? Fleur asked. Part of it, Harry said. The other part is that the board has been making decisions about Hogwarts students for a long time without any student input, and I want that to change in a structural way rather than just on this issue. He paused. Small changes. Permanent ones. That's how you actually shift something. Daphne looked at him with those gray-green eyes and said nothing for a moment. Then she made a mark on her list. I'll add it to the preparation documents, she said. Obviously, Harry said. September arrived. The Board of Governors meeting was held in a large room in the Ministry of Magic that had been used for this purpose since approximately 1823 and showed it, with the accumulated gravity of a space where important decisions had been made with varying quality over 200 years. Harry arrived with Dumbledore, who had arranged the student representative standing with the specific combination of institutional authority and polite implacability that was Dumbledore's most effective operational mode. Lucius Malfoy was already in the room. He looked at Harry across the length of the table with the expression of a man who has been conducting a long game and has just watched his opponent sit down across from him. It wasn't surprise, Malfoy didn't do surprise, his face was too well managed for surprise, but it was the particular calibration of someone revising their assessment of the scope of what they were dealing with. Mr. Potter, he said. An unusual venue for a student. I was invited, Harry said pleasantly. By the headmaster. Who has the authority to extend the invitation? Yes. Malfoy looked at him for another moment. Then he looked away and spoke to the board member on his left in a low murmur that Harry didn't try to hear, he didn't need to, the body language was sufficient information. The meeting opened with procedural matters. Dumbledore chaired with the graceful efficiency of someone who does this well and finds it mildly tedious and does not let the tedium show. Harry sat 3 seats from the headmaster and listened and catalogued and waited. When Malfoy introduced the curriculum review proposal, he did it with the polished confidence of someone who has done the counting and believes they have the votes. He presented it as a matter of academic rigor, the word he used was standards, deployed 6 times in the first 2 minutes with the frequency of someone who has tested the word and found it effective. Ancient magic theory was framed as speculative, historical pre-ministry magical governance as anachronistic, and defense against the dark arts changes as potentially inflammatory given recent events. Recent events, Harry noticed, were mentioned without specifics. He waited. He let Malfoy finish. He let 2 board members speak in support, both of them in the careful language of people reciting prepared positions. Then, when the chair indicated he had the floor, Harry stood up. He had spent a week preparing what he was going to say and 30 minutes before the meeting deciding to say something different. What he'd prepared was good, careful, specific, documented, persuasive. What he'd decided to say instead was better because it was simpler, and the room didn't need more documents. It needed someone to say the actual thing. The curriculum changes proposed in 1945, he said, removed ancient magic theory and pre-ministry historical governance from the Hogwarts syllabus. The removal was authorized by this board, the then minister, and 1 additional signatory. He looked at Malfoy. The intent of that removal was to produce graduates who understood their magical power in terms that the ministry could frame and direct. Not because the people who made that decision were evil, they weren't, they were working from a sincere belief about what kept the magical world safe. But the effect was that generations of Hogwarts students grew up without understanding the full scope of what they inherited. He looked around the table. Last year, an active Triad Covenant, the first in several hundred years, contributed directly to the defeat of a dark wizard who had spent 30 years building toward a return. The knowledge that made that covenant functional was not in any Hogwarts curriculum. It was in private family libraries and old texts that 3 students accessed independently, at age 8, because the institutional knowledge had been deliberately removed. The room was quiet. "I'm not suggesting malicious intent in 1945, Harry continued. "I'm suggesting that the removal created a gap in institutional knowledge that cost this magical community in ways we're still counting. And I'm suggesting that the proposal on the table today would deepen that gap rather than address it." He held Malfoy's gaze. "With respect, Mr. Malfoy, the word speculative doesn't accurately describe magic that has been documented, practiced, and academically rigorous for 1,000 years. The word you're looking for is powerful, and I think that's precisely the concern." A silence that was fuller than most silences. Malfoy's expression was extremely controlled. "You are," he said, "a student who has been given an unusual amount of latitude in this room." "I am," Harry agreed. "I'm also the person who was in the graveyard in June. I've sat across from the ministry minister. I've spent a year working with the headmaster on Horcrux research that directly informed the conclusion of Voldemort's campaign." He said the name clearly, the way he always said it, and watched the table flinch and not flinch in their respective proportions. "I'm not claiming authority I don't have. I'm telling this board what I know, directly, from primary experience, because that's the purpose of a student representative voice in this room." Madame Bones, Augusta Bones, stern and precisely fair and deeply uninterested in political performance, said from the far end of the table, "Mr. Potter. The historical documentation you mentioned for the 1945 removal. Do you have it?" "I have copies," Harry said. He produced them from the folder Daphne had organized, tabbed and annotated. "I've prepared a set for each board member." Daphne had organized 12 identical copies, each with the relevant sections marked in 3 colors. She had done this over 2 days while simultaneously managing her own 5th-year preparation work and had given them to Harry that morning with the particular satisfaction of a person who has completed a task to a high standard. Bones took her copy. Began reading it immediately, with the focused attention of someone who actually reads things. 2 other board members did the same. Malfoy looked at his copy without touching it. The vote on the curriculum review proposal, when it came, failed to achieve the majority Malfoy needed. By 2 votes. The counter-proposal, reinstatement of ancient magic theory and an exchange program component, formally sponsored through Beauxbatons, passed with a majority that included, as Daphne had predicted, Blaise Zabini's mother. Malfoy left the room with the composed dignity of someone who has lost a battle and has already begun planning the next campaign. He paused at the door and looked at Harry with an expression that had settled past the social performance into something more direct. "You are going to be a significant complication," he said. "I've been told," Harry said. "My family has resources and patience," Malfoy said. "This is not a warning. It is an observation." "So is this," Harry said. "Voldemort is gone. The Death Eater network has no center. The Ministry is conducting an active investigation into which names were genuinely Imperiused and which were not. The documentation for that investigation was compiled over 3 years and includes a considerable amount of specific detail." He held the blond man's gaze pleasantly. "I'm not interested in your family, Mr. Malfoy. I'm interested in the wizarding world having the institutions it deserves. Those are different projects and they only overlap if your family makes them overlap." Malfoy looked at him for a long moment. Something moved in those cold gray eyes, not fear, something more complicated than fear. Recognition, possibly. The specific recognition of someone who has spent a long time being the most politically sophisticated person in most rooms he entered and has arrived at a room where that's no longer true. He left without responding, which was its own kind of answer. Harry walked back through the Ministry with Dumbledore, who was quiet until they reached the atrium. Then the headmaster said, "Daphne Greengrass organized those folders." She did. 12 identical copies, 3-color annotation, relevant sections marked. "Yes." A pause. "Give her my compliments," Dumbledore said. She'll say she was just being efficient, Harry said. She'll be right, Dumbledore said. And it will still be compliment-worthy. They stepped into the Fleur. Harry went first, through the warm green flame, and arrived back in Hogwarts, 5th year, the great hall full of the beginning-of-term noise, autumn light through the high windows, and stood in the entrance hall for a moment and thought about Daphne's folders and Fleur's song and Apollin's text from the 14th century and 6 years of letters and a tea-shop doorway in Diagon Alley. He thought about the conversation that wasn't about any of those things. He went to find them both. Fleur was on the grounds, sitting on the stone wall near the lake with her shoes off and her feet in the autumn grass, reading something that was almost certainly not recreational. She looked up when he sat beside her and said, "How did it go?" 2-vote margin. Counter-proposal passed. Zabini's mother was the swing vote. Obviously, Fleur said, with the satisfaction of someone whose plan worked exactly as designed. Daphne predicted it to within the precision of almost certainly. She usually does. Fleur turned a page. How was Malfoy? Controlled, Harry said. Recalibrating. He'll try something else. He will, Fleur agreed. He's patient and he's intelligent and he has genuine resources. We'll deal with it when it arrives. She paused, looking at her book without reading it. Harry. Yes. She closed the book. She looked at the lake, the evening light on the water, the mountains dark beyond it, the sky going orange and gold above the forbidden forest. I've been thinking about what Daphne said, she said. In the prefect's bathroom. About a conversation that wasn't about any of this. I've been thinking about it too, Harry said. I know, she said. I can feel you thinking about it. A pause, then the half-smile, the one that meant genuine warmth rather than polished charm. You're very loud when you think about things that matter. Harry laughed. She turned to look at him when he laughed, and her expression did the thing it did when she wasn't performing composure, open, warm, exactly what it was. I need to find Daphne, Harry said. She's by the greenhouses, Fleur said. She's been there for an hour. She knows you're coming. A pause. She can feel you thinking too. Harry stood. He looked at Fleur for a moment, silver bright in the evening light, sitting on the wall with her feet in the autumn grass and her book closed in her lap, and said, "Come with me." She looked at him for a moment. Then she put her shoes on and slid off the wall. Obviously, she said. They found Daphne by the greenhouses exactly where Fleur said she'd be, standing with her back against the stone wall and her arms crossed and her expression doing the thing it did when she was waiting for something and refusing to be impatient about it. She looked at them coming across the grass, both of them, together, and the expression shifted into something that was past composure. How was the meeting? She asked. Your folders won the vote, Harry said. They were well organized, she said. They were. Harry stopped in front of her. Fleur came to stand at his side, which placed both of them facing Daphne, and the three of them stood in the evening light in a loose triangle that was the shape of everything. The conversation, Daphne said. Not a question. The conversation, Harry agreed. She looked at him with those gray-green eyes, the systematic, comprehensive look, the one that took inventory of everything, and then she said, with the precision of someone who has been waiting to say the exact right thing and has finally arrived at it, I decided something when I was 8 years old. In a tea shop in Diagon Alley. I decided that whatever the ancient magic had done, I was going to choose it anyway. Not because I had to. Because it was right. She looked at Fleur, then back at Harry. I've been choosing it every day for 6 years and I intend to keep choosing it. I wanted to say that directly and not through letters or the bond. Fleur was quiet for a moment. Then, I decided the same thing. Also at 8. Also in that tea shop. She looked at Harry. You were the first person I met who made me feel like my power was an asset rather than a problem. My allure, my heritage, my intensity. She said the word with the dry self-awareness of someone quoting a criticism. You never looked at any of it as something to manage. Why would I? Harry said. It's who you are. She looked at him. Said nothing, because the bond said it instead. Harry looked at both of them, Daphne precise and warm and exactly herself, Fleur luminous and sharp and exactly herself, and felt the convergence core settle around all three of them with the quality of something that had been waiting 6 years to be named properly. I know what this is, he said. I've known for a while. I just wanted to say it out loud, where it's real. He held both their gazes. You're mine and I'm yours, and the old magic called it king and court, but what it actually is, what it feels like from inside it, is just that we belong to each other. Equally. In every way that matters. The greenhouse wall was warm behind Daphne. The lake was going gold behind Fleur. The evening air smelled like autumn and stone and the particular clean cold of a Scottish castle at the end of day. Daphne reached out and took his hand. It was deliberate, everything she did was deliberate, and completely certain. Fleur took the other, warm and immediate, the quick flame. The bond between the three of them went from hum to warmth to something that didn't need a name because it was too complete for names to add anything to it. We have work to do, Daphne said, after a moment. Always, Fleur agreed. Tomorrow, Harry said. Tonight we're just this. Neither of them argued. They stood by the greenhouses as the evening settled around Hogwarts, three people in a triangle of contact and warmth, and the castle's ancient attention rested around them with the recognition of something that had been built over centuries and was finally, in this moment, entirely itself. The war that everyone kept calling the war before the war was over. What came next was going to be built rather than fought, and they would build it together, and it would be worth every letter and every shared heartbeat and every moment that had led here. But that was tomorrow. Chapter 6, The King's Covenant. 5 years passed the way the best years pass, in the texture of specific days rather than the blur of time, each one distinct, each one part of something being constructed rather than survived. Harry remembered them in moments rather than summaries. The evening in 6th year when Hermione finally asked him directly about the Covenant and he told her everything, sitting in the library until the lamps burned low, and she listened with the focused complete attention she brought to things that mattered and then said, I've suspected something like this since the Philosopher's Stone. I was waiting for you to trust me with it. The particular quality of that sentence, not wounded by the weight, just stating the fact, which was exactly who Hermione was and exactly why he trusted her. The morning in 7th year when he and Daphne walked into their Transfiguration NEWT. Together, and she had reorganized her approach to complex multi-stage transfiguration based on a cross-reference with Ward theory that McGonagall didn't recognize until the second question and then stopped the examination to ask Daphne to explain her theoretical framework, which took 40 minutes and resulted in McGonagall sending a letter to the Journal of Transfiguration Studies. The afternoon in 5th year when Fleur received her formal mastery invitation from the Académie de Magie Ancienne, an institution so old it predated the French ministry by 3 centuries, and read the letter twice and then put it down and looked at the ceiling with the expression of someone receiving something they'd worked for and finding that it was exactly as good as they'd hoped. The summer before 7th year when the three of them, finally, properly, went back to Apollin's house in the south of France and spent 6 weeks doing nothing that was urgent. Just the hills and the light and the old woman who had taught them in a coffee shop near Charing Cross telling them stories in the evenings and not requiring anything from them at all. Fleur had said, on the last night, sitting on the hillside above the village, I want this to be what the rest of our lives feel like. And Daphne had said, precisely, then we'd better build it carefully. And Harry had looked at both of them and thought that he already had everything he needed and everything else was abundance. He remembered Ron's face the day he was made head boy, stunned, then enormously pleased, then immediately trying to be casual about it in a way that failed comprehensively. Hermione laughing and saying obviously in a tone that was entirely Fleur's influence and which Ron took as the highest possible compliment. Neville Longbottom becoming one of the finest herbologists in his year and understanding, somewhere in 6th year, that this was more than enough. And Cedric, who had come through the tournament with his decency intact and had spent the following years being exactly himself, straightforward, good, quietly remarkable, and who was one of 3 people in the school Harry would have trusted with anything. When Harry told him the full story of the graveyard, one evening by the Quidditch pitch in 7th year, Cedric had listened and said, "I knew something larger than the tournament had been happening. I'm glad it was you it happened to rather than someone else." It was one of the most Cedric things anyone had ever said to him. These were the years. These were the bones of what was being built. The formal ministry reckoning for Death Eater Network members came in stages over 3 years, driven partly by the investigation that Harry had implied, and then, when implication proved insufficient, explicitly pushed, and partly by Amelia Bones, who ran the Department of Magical Law Enforcement with the comprehensive fairness of someone who has never been interested in comfortable conclusions. The trials were complicated and occasionally contentious, and Lucius Malfoy's was the most watched of the year. He had the best lawyers wizarding money could retain and a composed, utterly controlled courtroom presence that suggested a man who had been preparing for this specific day for a long time. He was found guilty on 4 counts and not guilty on 3 others, which meant his outcome sat in the complicated middle territory of someone who had done significant harm and received significant but not comprehensive consequence. Harry sat in the gallery for the sentencing and felt no particular triumph. The ministry doing its job correctly was not a triumph. It was just correct, and correctness deserved acknowledgement rather than celebration. What he did feel, sitting in the gallery while the sentence was read, was the clean specific satisfaction of a thing being done properly. Not by him. By the institution, functioning as it was supposed to function when given accurate information and political room to operate. He had helped create both of those conditions, which was a different kind of work than fighting in a graveyard and was, in some ways, harder. Daphne had been watching Lucius Malfoy's face during the verdict. She told Harry afterward, he wasn't surprised. He was calculating. And then, his son is going to be interesting to watch over the next decade. She said it without malice, as professional assessment, the way she said most things. Draco has been revising his father's ideology since 5th year. Slowly and without admitting it. He's not the same person he was in 1st year. Harry had thought about this and found he agreed. Draco Malfoy at 17 was a more complicated person than Draco Malfoy at 11, and whether that complication led somewhere useful was an open question with a non-trivial probability of yes. He filed it under Watch and See, which was his category for things that would resolve themselves better with time and attention than with direct intervention. The ancient magic curriculum, reinstated, expanded, formally embedded in the Hogwarts course schedule from 3rd year onward, was the change Harry was most quietly proud of. Not because of the politics of it, though the politics had been interesting, but because of what it did to the students who came after. He saw it in the younger years as 7th year progressed, students who discussed Covenant theory in the corridor with the casual ease of people who grew up with it, who asked questions in defense that referenced pre-ministry magical history, who arrived at an understanding of their own power that wasn't filtered through institutional framework first. They were different. Not obviously, not dramatically. In the specific way that people are different when they've been given accurate information about what they are. He thought about Petunia occasionally. He thought about the cupboard under the stairs and the thin mattress and the years of careful invisibility, and he thought about what those years had actually produced, which was not what anyone who designed them had intended. They had produced someone who knew how to be still and observe and wait and decide. They had produced someone who had been alone for long enough to understand exactly how valuable it was not to be. They had produced, in the specific way that adverse conditions sometimes produce specific qualities if you're paying attention rather than breaking, someone who was very clear about what he was and what he was for. He had never been angry about it in the consuming way. He had noted it, filed it accurately, and moved on. It had happened. He had built forward from it. That was the only honest relationship he knew how to have with his own history. On the day of their Hogwarts graduation, the June after 7th year, the grounds set out with chairs and the late afternoon light making everything gold in the specific way of significant occasions, Harry sat between Hermione and Ron and listened to Dumbledore speak, and felt the bond warm and steady and complete. Fleur was not graduating from Hogwarts. She had graduated from Beauxbatons 2 years ago and was attending as a guest, sitting in the row behind with Apollon on one side and Cygnus and Mire Greengrass on the other. Daphne was in the 5th seat to Harry's left in the Slytherin section, posture perfect, expression composed, sending through the bond something that was satisfaction and anticipation in equal measure. Dumbledore's graduation speech was different from the welcome speech Harry had heard 7 years ago. It had the same craft, the same warm precision, the same ability to hold a room, but it had something additional that Harry couldn't have named at 11 and could name now: humility. Not performed, not strategic. The humility of a man who has revised his understanding of something large and is trying to pass that revision on. The power that graduates from these halls, Dumbledore said, has always exceeded what these halls officially taught. That gap was not an accident. It was a choice made by people who believed, with genuine sincerity, that directed power was safer than understood power. I was one of those people. I am no longer. He looked out at the graduating class with those winter-sharp eyes doing their most genuine work. What you have been given this year, and what the years behind you were given less of, and the years before them less still, is the knowledge of what you are. Not what you are for. What you are. The difference is everything. Harry looked at the speech the way he'd been looking at Dumbledore for 7 years, with the complete picture, edges included, and found that it was good. Not perfect. Good. The speech of someone who had learned something large late and was passing it on as fully as he could, which was more than most people managed. Daphne caught his eye from the 5th seat and sent through the bond a single note of acknowledgement. He's trying. He is, Harry sent back. After the ceremony, standing on the grounds in the evening light with his diploma in his hand and Ron's arm around his shoulders and Hermione already explaining to his other side what she intended to do with her ministry internship, Harry looked across the crowd and found Fleur and Daphne converging from different directions, moving with the comfortable purposefulness of people who know exactly where they're going. Apollon was behind Fleur, and when Harry caught her eye the old woman gave him one precise nod, the same nod she'd given him across a coffee shop table when he was 9 years old, the nod that meant you'll do and had been saying something considerably warmer for 6 years. He nodded back. Ron looked between Harry and the converging women with the specific expression he wore when he understood exactly what was happening but was committed to being casual about it. Brilliant ceremony, he said, approximately to the air. Very subtle, Ron, Hermione said, without looking up from her future ministry planning. I thought so. Harry put his arm around Ron's shoulders briefly, the easy affection of people who have been through too much to stand on ceremony, and then Ron was peeling off toward his family with the relief of someone who has been waiting several hours to hug his mother, and Hermione was being embraced by her parents, and Harry was standing in the evening light on the Hogwarts grounds at the end of 7 years and Fleur and Daphne were walking toward him and the bond between the three of them was humming. The particular note it hit when they were close together and everything was exactly what it was. Daphne reached him first, because she walked like someone who has a destination and has already factored in the most efficient route. She stopped in front of him and looked at him with those gray-green eyes and said, "We should talk about what comes next." "We should," Harry agreed. "Not right now." "No," she said. "Not right now." And she stepped close and took his face in both hands with the precise deliberateness of a person who has been choosing this for 7 years and is done with any pretense that she isn't, and kissed him. Not tentatively. Not performatively. Daphne Greengrass did not do anything tentatively and had never in her life been interested in performance. She kissed him the way she did everything, exactly as intended, exactly as much as she meant, completely. Harry kissed her back with the same completeness, and felt Fleur arrive at his side through the warmth in his chest before he heard her footsteps. When Daphne stepped back her expression had the quality it rarely had in public, entirely open, warm, fully itself without the composure layered over it. She looked at Fleur, and Fleur looked at her, and something passed between them that Harry felt through the bond as mutual recognition, Two people who have been sharing the same heartbeat for 7 years, seeing each other in this particular moment and finding it exactly sufficient. Fleur turned to Harry and said nothing. She put her hand against his chest, just her palm, flat, over the place where the bond sat warmest, and looked at him with those storm blue eyes that were not performing anything at all. He put his hand over hers. The bond responded to the contact the way it always did with all three of them close. It became a chord rather than three notes, the full expression without effort, simply the natural state of its own completion. "What comes next," Harry said, to both of them, "is everything else." "Everything else," Fleur said, as though testing the weight of the phrase and finding it appropriate. "That's quite a lot," Daphne said. "Yes," Harry said. "I know." He held Daphne's hand and Fleur's simultaneously and looked at the castle, Hogwarts, watching them the way it had watched everything, with the particular attention of a building that had been paying attention for 1,000 years and was very selective about what it recognized. He felt it recognized them. The three of them, the Covenant, the specific shape of what they were. The castle's ancient attention settled around them like a hand on a shoulder and said, without words, the thing it had been saying since the first night Harry had set foot on its grounds, "I know what you are." The difference was that now the answer was complete. They left Hogwarts through the gates in the early evening, his diploma under his arm and the bond warm and alive between all three of them, and walked out into a world that had work in it and things that needed building and a considerable number of problems that were going to require creative solutions, and none of that was frightening. None of it was anything other than the next thing, and they were going to do it the way they had done everything for 7 years, together, without asking permission, exactly as they intended. The Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Heritage and Antiquity was not an institution anyone went to voluntarily on a Tuesday morning. It occupied the third sub-basement of the Ministry building, which had apparently been assigned to it at some point in the 1890s by someone who didn't consider the subject particularly important, and nothing had changed since. Harry had been there twice for research purposes and found it quietly useful in the way that neglected departments often were. The staff were genuinely passionate about their work, precisely because no one else was paying attention to it, and there was a considerable amount of interesting material sitting in filing cabinets that hadn't been looked at since approximately the Blitz. He was there at 9 in the morning on the Tuesday following graduation with a proposal, a letter of support from Dumbledore, and the particular calm of someone who has done the preparation and is ready for the meeting. The head of department was a witch named Euphemia Trentworth, who was 60 years old and had been running her neglected department with the focused intensity of someone who has long since stopped expecting help and started simply getting on with it. She looked at Harry across her desk with the expression of someone who has been visited before by people who wanted things from her department and has developed a healthy suspicion of them. "Mr. Potter," she said. "I know who you are." "I assumed," Harry said. "I have a proposal I'd like you to read. Regarding the formal establishment of a Center for Ancient Magical Studies, operating jointly between the Ministry, Hogwarts, and Beauxbatons, with a mandate to preserve, catalogue, and actively teach from the historical magical record rather than just archive it." Trentworth looked at him. Looked at the proposal. Looked back at him. "You're 18, she said. "Yes," Harry said. "I have institutional support from Hogwarts and preliminary agreement from the Beauxbatons directress. I have private funding from 3 wizarding families and a research partnership already operational between 6 scholars across 2 countries." He held her gaze. "What I don't have is ministry standing, which is what you provide. The department's charter already covers this mandate, it just hasn't been exercised." Trentworth looked at him for a long moment. Then she picked up the proposal and began to read it. She read it the way Amelia Bones read things, completely, without commentary, with the expression of someone who is doing the work of actual evaluation rather than looking for reasons to say no. She read for 27 minutes. Harry waited. She put it down. "The funding is genuine? I can have documentation by Thursday. The Beauxbatons commitment is formal? Letter of intent from Madame Maxime, already signed. The research partnership." She pointed at a section. "These 6 scholars. Names I recognize. How did you assemble them? Through correspondence over 3 years, Harry said. Scholars tend to want to work with other scholars who are doing serious work. The invitation was sufficient. Another silence. Trentworth looked at her window, which faced a brick wall, sub-basement, with the expression of someone making a decision. Then she looked back at him. The ministry will want to put its name on this. Take credit it doesn't deserve. The ministry's name on it is useful, Harry said. The ministry can have the credit. The work is what matters. That's a very particular way of thinking, Trentworth said. It's the only way that gets things built rather than discussed, Harry said. She looked at him once more with the comprehensive assessment of someone who has spent 40 years working on important things in a room no one visits. Then she opened her desk drawer and produced a ministry approval stamp. Draft the formal application by end of month, she said. I'll have it processed by September. Thank you, Harry said. She was already reading the proposal again. Don't thank me. Just make it worth the paperwork. I will, Harry said, and meant it in the same marrow-deep way that he meant everything he committed to, which was to say completely and without exception. He walked back through the ministry atrium and out into the London street, into the summer morning, and sent through the bond, "It's approved." Daphne, I knew it would be. How long did the reading take? Harry, 27 minutes. Daphne, she read the whole thing. That's good. Fleur, when do we start? Harry, September. Fleur, and the warmth beneath the word, the quick bright flame of someone who has been looking forward to something specific for years and is now standing at the beginning of it, good. The Center for Ancient Magical Studies opened in September in a building near Diagon Alley that had been a foundry in the 17th century and had the bones of something interesting. The renovation took 3 months and involved 6 wizards, 1 Muggle contractor who agreed not to ask questions and received an unreasonably good rate for it, and Daphne spending approximately 3 weeks making decisions about the structural ward installation that the ministry-contracted ward specialist kept trying to second-guess until Daphne looked at him once with those grey-green eyes and he stopped trying. The library opened first. 312 volumes from the Potter family collection. 409 from Greengrass. A donated section from Beauxbatons that filled an entire wall with French and Mediterranean magical theory going back 8 centuries. Apollin's personal collection, which she contributed in person on the opening day, arriving at the door with 4 crates of books and the expression of someone delivering something they've been carrying for too long and are glad to put down somewhere it will be properly used. She looked at the room, the shelves, the reading tables, the light that came through the high windows and caught the book spines in gold, and said something in French that Harry had learned well enough by now to catch, "C'est tu il devrait être depuis le début." This is what it should have been from the beginning. Yes, Harry said, in French, because it was worth saying directly. She looked at him with those dark sharp eyes that had been looking at him since he was 9 years old in a coffee shop, eyes that had seen several hundred years of magical history through the traditions they belonged to, that had decided he was worth teaching, that had looked at a 3-part covenant and recognized it before he had the vocabulary to understand what he was feeling. You have done well, she said. We have done well, Harry said. She considered this. Nodded. It was the same nod she had always given him, you'll do, except that after 18 years of living and 7 of them knowing her, he understood that what it actually meant was something considerably warmer, and he accepted it in that spirit. The public reading room was open to anyone. That had been non-negotiable. Trentworth had raised an eyebrow when she saw it in the center's founding charter, and Harry had said, the gap in institutional knowledge that produced Voldemort's rise came from making powerful information exclusively available to established families. The solution isn't another restricted archive. Trentworth had looked at him for a moment and then written agreed in the margin. There were young people in the reading room by the second week, not all of them magical in the institutional sense, a few of them Muggle-born witches and wizards who had found the place through the careful ministry-adjacent announcement that Daphne had drafted, which managed to be simultaneously official and accessible and was the kind of document that took 3 drafts and 1 long evening argument about whether the word accessible itself was accessible enough. Harry watched one of them, a girl of about 12, small, with the serious focused expression of someone who has been told she was strange for finding this stuff interesting and is now discovering she was right to find it interesting, work through a text on basic covenant theory with the concentration of someone who has found what they were looking for. He didn't speak to her. He didn't need to. She had the text and the library and the reading room on a Tuesday morning, and that was exactly what the place was for. Fleur's formal appointment as Senior Research Fellow at the Center came through the Academy simultaneously with her Applied Mastery completion, which she received on a Thursday and mentioned to Harry and Daphne the same evening with the casual precision of someone reporting a professional development while simultaneously cooking dinner in the flat above the Center that the 3 of them had set up in August. The flat was Daphne's design, functional and specific, with a library that had been allocated what most people would consider a disproportionate share of the available space and which Harry and Fleur had both enthusiastically agreed was exactly right. It was a home in the complete sense, which was a thing Harry had understood abstractly for years and discovered concretely the first morning he woke up there with the bond warm and present and both of them already awake and neither of them in a different country or a different castle section. He had lain in bed that first morning and looked at the ceiling and thought, oh. This is what it was supposed to be. The first dinner after the Center opened, Dumbledore visited. He arrived as he always arrived, with advance notice, appropriate formality, and the genuine warmth that existed beneath the formality, and sat at the table in the flat above the Center and looked at the walls covered in books and the view of Diagon Alley from the window and the 3 of them moving around the kitchen with the easy efficiency of people who have been doing this for years. He was older. The last 7 years had added something to him that Harry had been watching accumulate gradually, not the weight of age exactly, but the weight of revision. Of having held several large important beliefs and discovered they required updating, and having done the updating honestly. It showed in him the way honest revision always showed, not as damage, but as depth. He looked at Harry across the dinner table with those winter-sharp eyes that were considerably warmer than they'd been when Harry was 11, and said, I owe you a comprehensive apology. I mentioned it several years ago and I want to make it properly. You don't have to, Harry said. I know I don't have to, Dumbledore said. I want to. He looked at the table for a moment. I managed you. For years, from a position of genuine love and completely wrong assumptions. I thought the best thing I could do for you was control what you knew and when you knew it, because I genuinely believed, that protecting you from knowledge was the same as protecting you. He looked up. It wasn't. It was protecting my own model of how this was going to go. And your refusal to fit that model is the primary reason that everything went as well as it did. And Fleur and Daphne, Harry said. And Miss Delacour and Miss Greengrass, Dumbledore agreed, looking at them both in turn. I underestimated what the Covenant was, for a long time. I treated it as an interesting theoretical element rather than the actual axis around which everything was turning. He paused. I'm sorry. To all 3 of you. Fleur looked at him with the direct blue eyes. You also helped, she said. The Thursday evenings. The research on Horcruxes. The curriculum reinstatement. She paused, and Harry could hear Apollon in the precision of the next sentence. The apology is accepted. The help is also acknowledged. Daphne said nothing for a moment. Then, the apology is accepted. And I'd like to say that the ancient magic curriculum has produced 3 particularly remarkable students in its 2nd year, which suggests the reinstatement was worth the political difficulty. She met Dumbledore's eyes. You should see what the 2nd years are doing with ward theory. Dumbledore looked at her with the expression that Harry had watched develop over 7 years, the specific admiration of a very intelligent man for someone operating at a level that surprised him repeatedly and whom he had long since stopped trying to categorize. I have seen, he said. McGonagall writes to me about it. A pause. She also writes about a particular theoretical framework for advanced transfiguration that has been generating academic correspondence and which she attributes partly to your NEWT examination. Daphne picked up her wine glass. I was just being precise, she said. Yes, Dumbledore said. You were. And there was the tone in it, the compliment-worthy precision that he'd said to Harry 7 years ago on a graduation morning, delivered directly this time. After dinner, sitting in the flat above the center with the evening light going gold over Diagon Alley and Dumbledore examining the library shelves with genuine interest, Harry leaned back in his chair and felt the bond. Warm, complete, three-part, the chord that was the natural state of their connection now, not the extraordinary expression but the ordinary one, the background hum of three people in the same room who share something that doesn't have a fully adequate name. He thought about a tea shop in Diagon Alley and 2 girls and a pull in his chest that felt like coming home. He thought about letters and resonance exercises and a library under Greengrass and the south of France in the summer and a graveyard in Little Hangleton and a board of governors meeting and a curriculum being rebuilt from the inside out. He thought about Apollin's nod and Dumbledore's apology and Hermione's I've suspected this since the Philosopher's Stone and Cedric's I'm glad it was you and Ron's arm around his shoulders at graduation. He thought about what Daphne had said in front of the greenhouses, I decided that whatever the ancient magic had done, I was going to choose it anyway. Not because I had to. Because it was right. He thought about what Fleur had said in the maze, we'll always be there. He thought about what the Aldrich account had described, the first time a triad combined deliberately, the 3 ceasing to be separate functions and becoming a single expression, unified like a chord, no note lost. And he knew that description from the inside now, not as theory but as practice, as the lived reality of every ordinary day in a flat above a library where the work was real and the people were his and everything was being built rather than fought. Daphne appeared at his elbow with tea, she always produced tea at the right moment, one of the small precise kindnesses she deployed without comment, and sat in the chair beside him and looked out the window at Diagon Alley going about its evening business. Fleur was on the other side, her feet tucked under her, reading something she'd pulled from the shelf that was genuinely for pleasure rather than research, which was something she'd been doing more of since August. The 3 of them in a room, in the evening, doing nothing urgent. Harry thought, this is the thing the old magic knew. Not the confrontation in the graveyard. Not the Board of Governors vote. Not the Triwizard tasks or the Horcrux extractions or the curriculum reinstatement. Those were the work. This was the thing the work was for. 3 people in a room in the evening, belonging to each other, building something that would last. He said, to both of them, the center has a waiting list for the spring semester. 43 applicants for 12 research positions. I've seen it, Daphne said. Trentworth wants to expand the ministry partnership to include a formal training track for young Aurors, Harry said. Ancient magic theory applied to detection and defense. That's a good idea, Fleur said, from behind her book. Who proposed it? She did. I like her, Fleur said. She also said the funding proposal for year 2 is under-resourced, Daphne said, pulling a folder from the side table, because of course there was a folder, and opening it with the efficient calm of someone who has been thinking about this for a week. I've been working on a revision. If we restructure the Beauxbatons partnership as a co-funding arrangement rather than a research partnership, we can, Daphne, Harry said. Yes. It's evening. She looked at him. Looked at the folder. Looked at the window where the last of the evening light was going gold and warm over Diagon Alley. A pause that had the quality of someone making a deliberate choice about priorities. She closed the folder. Fleur made a sound behind her book that might have been a smothered laugh. Tomorrow, Daphne said. Tomorrow, Harry agreed. She picked up her tea. He picked up his. Outside, Diagon Alley went about its business in the warm June evening, witches and wizards and the particular ambient magic of a street that has been doing this for centuries, the natural sound of a world that was not perfect but was considerably better than it had been. Not because someone had saved it in a dramatic singular moment but because multiple people had made multiple choices over multiple years to build it towards something more honest. Harry looked at the street and felt the bond, steady, complete, both of them beside him and present, and thought about a boy in a cupboard under the stairs who had felt, for the first time in his life, 2 candle flames in his chest and understood that they were permanent. They had been permanent. They were permanent still. They would be permanent in ways that outlasted this evening and this century and whatever came after, because ancient magic, when it made decisions, made them the way it made everything, completely, finally, and without the possibility of mistaking them for anything other than what they were. Daphne said, without looking at him, reading the thought through the bond the way she'd been reading him for 9 years, "Stop being sentimental." "I'm always sentimental," Harry said. "You've known this since 1989. "I've tolerated it since 1989, she said. "That's different." Fleur lowered her book and looked at both of them over the top of it with the expression she wore when she was feeling warmth and not trying to perform composure and had decided there was no particular reason to do either. She said, in French, the genuine French, not the careful translated French, something quiet and precise that Harry caught all of and Daphne caught most of, and both of them felt the rest through the bond. It meant, approximately, "I was 8 years old and I felt something in the street and I followed it and I found you both and everything good in my life came from that moment and I would follow it again an infinite number of times." A quiet settled over the flat. The good kind. The kind that doesn't need filling. Harry looked at the street and his tea and the 2 people beside him who had been beside him in every way that mattered since a summer Tuesday in Diagon Alley when none of them had been looking for this and the ancient magic hadn't waited for permission to call it true. He thought about all of it, every letter, every task, every battle, every meeting, every late evening in a library, every moment in the south of France, every Thursday evening and board meeting and curriculum revision and graveyard and room of requirement, and he thought, yes. All of it. Every single bit. The candle flames in his chest burned warm and steady and complete, and the evening light fell gold over everything, and the world outside the window was the one they'd helped build, imperfect and genuine and full of work still to do, and that was not a burden. It was the point.